seed in the NFC, fittingly in Santa Clara, site of Super Bowl 60.
One town's very like another when your head's down over your pieces, brother.
This is a matchup of offensive genius. Ben Johnson, Kyle Shanahan. Chess anyone? Brock Purdy is lighting up the San Francisco offense. Caleb Williams is the captain of crunch time and heating up. Home field is where the heart is, and both teams battle for that advantage. San Francisco feels it is 5 home wins away from hoisting the Lombardi Trophy in their own building. The Bears staying grounded amid the ruckus they've created, surpassing expectations with a flair for the dramatic.
Chessboard.
It's a bold showdown at Levi's.
Checkmate.
Time to find out who's wearing the pants in this NFC family. This is Jeff Joniak. We're taking you up to kickoff tonight at 7:20 on ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the goal.
It is Chicago's pregame tailgate right here on ESPN Chicago, presented by Bradley University on the home of the NFC North Division champion, Chicago Bears. I'm Adam Abdalla, along with Tyler Aki, sitting in for Chris Bleck. How does that sound, Tyler? NFC North Division champions for the first time since 2018 after finishing last for the last 3 years. Your Bears, our Bears, my Bears, everyone's Bears are division champions.
Feels good, doesn't it? A little bit of a different pep in your step today as you walked in. Listen, man, what did Ryan Poles say? They're going to take the North and never give it back. Now, you have taken the North officially. Now we'll see what the future holds for this Bears team. And this is step one, but I think one of the most encouraging and, as a Bears fan, most fun parts of having Ben Johnson as your head coach is there's this never satisfied mentality. I don't think these guys walked out of the hotel today and were being handed their hats and shirts of NFC North champions. They may not get those until they get back to Chicago if they lose tonight. Now, if they win tonight, I think you're handing out the shirts and hats and you're popping champagne in the locker room having a good time. But if this is hopefully this is a sign of things to come for this Bears team and things are starting to move a little differently.
Absolutely. This is a day of celebration. There is a game to be played in about 4 hours time here. You can hear it right here on your home of the Bears, ESPN 1000, as Jeff Joniak mentioned, at about 7:20 here. Sunday night football, Bears and 49ers. The Bears head out to San Francisco. They are 3.5-point underdogs in San Francisco. And as you mentioned, late January 2022, Ryan Poles said this.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
Well, they finally have taken it. It took some time. It took some rebuilding. It took some more rebuilding. It took a couple head coaches. And it seems like they finally have gotten this combination right, going from worst to first. We see it all the time in the NFL. We see it around the NFL. It rarely happens for us here in Chicago, but it finally happened for us, and it feels great going from worst to first. You know, looking back at the beginning of the season in our predictions and saying how many games this team would win, and everybody had different numbers. I said 9 wins, and hopefully whatever that meant. If that meant a wild card game, so be it. If that meant winning the division, that'd be great. But I said 9, and whatever it meant. I didn't think they were going to be a playoff team. Now, you know, the sky's the limit. You have a chance now to, if you win the next couple games, and maybe if Seattle can lose a game maybe next week, then you have a chance to get the number 1 seed. But you've accomplished part of the mission. You've gone out and you've won the division, and you have a chance you get to play at home, at least some of the playoffs, and you have a chance to win a few games here in the playoffs and actually get in the dance. And that is what Ben Johnson talked about. He wouldn't look ahead at all when they were on these long game winning streaks, when they were putting up all these points, when they were winning these games from come from behind fashion. He would never look ahead. He always took it one game at a time and saying, we're not in the dance yet. And now, officially, they were in the dance last week. Now they have won the division. They are in the dance. They still have some work to do if they want the 1 seed. If they want the 2 seed, they've got a good chance there. If they at least know they are not going to be a wild card team.
Yeah, and that's nice to know, especially because this Bears team has not lost a home game since the opener against Minnesota. Like, to contextualize that and think about how good they have been at protecting their home field, albeit there have been some dicey situations at times, but it's also where they've played some of their most dominant ball. Mm-hmm. You look at the game against Dallas earlier in the year. You look at the Cleveland game this year. You think about the Saints game, too. And I get none of those are the greatest of teams, but you had a team in Dallas that had an elite offensive unit. You had a team in Cleveland that had an elite defensive unit. You had a New Orleans team that had a top 10 defense, still does have a top 10 defense. So there is something to hang your hat on, having some of your best performances at home so far this season. And now that you know that there's a chance that we see the NFC run through Chicago, or at least a good majority of the NFC playoffs run through Chicago, that's a good feeling right now as a Bears fan. And looking ahead at tonight's game, I do think the winner of tonight ends up winning the 1 seed in the NFC. If the Bears lose tonight, they will be officially eliminated from 1 seed contention.
You have to win.
But I do think the winner of tonight's game will be your 1 seed in the NFC, because you've got San Francisco, who's going up against Seattle next week. Seattle's basically taking care of business today against Carolina.
They have.
And then you've got a Bears team who, if you win tonight, I think you've got a fantastic shot against a Lions team that seems like they've cashed everything in for the year. I get that's not Dan Campbell's MO, but the sky is falling right now in Detroit. And you look at what Ben Johnson's mentality through it all is as well. Mm-hmm. Ben Johnson looks at it as that's a team that beat us 52-21 early on in the season.
Yeah.
So I think he looks at this entire game, this entire final stretch here as we're gunning for the 1 seed. And if you win tonight, I think you've got a damn good shot at getting it.
Yeah, let's take a look at tonight real quick, because there is some news about the injury report going into tonight. If you look back at Friday's injury report, defensive back Nick McLeod was ruled out. Rome Odunze was also ruled out. Josh Blackwell didn't practice. He is listed as questionable. And Deshaun Wright didn't practice. He was listed as questionable. TJ Edwards was a limited participant. He was upgraded from didn't practice on Thursday. He practiced on Friday. He is questionable. CJ Gardner-Johnson was a full participant. He is also questionable. Luke Newman, a full participant, also questionable. Now, Darnell Wright was added to the injury report on Saturday. He did not travel with the team. There's a bug going around.
Something's flying around.
Something is flying around Hallis Hall. Everybody's getting sick. Ben Johnson talked about it. They're all taking care of their precautions. They're washing their hands. They're doing whatever they got to do.
I think I saw they were wearing masks on the plane, too.
They're doing whatever they got to do. They're taking their emergency. They're doing what they got to do. Everybody's getting sick. And so Darnell Wright didn't travel with the team. He was added to the injury report on Saturday. He is questionable. Now, today, he did travel to San Francisco. He is still questionable for today's game. Earlier today, Rome Odunze and Olamide Zaccheaus, they were added to the injury report. DJ Moore, excuse me. DJ Moore and Olamide Zaccheaus were added to the injury report as questionable because they are now sick with an illness. It just says illness. And now they are questionable with this illness. So now you've got DJ Moore, Zaccheaus, Darnell Wright, and TJ Edwards, who's questionable. Deshaun Wright is questionable, and Josh Blackwell is questionable with various glute injuries for TJ Edwards. Deshaun Wright is questionable with his hamstring. Josh Blackwell is questionable with an illness. And you've got Darnell Wright, DJ Moore, and Zaccheaus all questionable with this illness. Now, hopefully they can hydrate and take whatever they got to take.
Listen, Darnell Wright better be flying with some IV bags on the plane.
Yeah, man. I don't know what you got to take to get out there, but this is an important game if you want. Now, I get it. You have won the division. There is still something to play for. The 1 seed is still at stake. You would like to get a bye in the playoffs. You would like to get Rome Odunze some extra rest so he can rest this foot up as much as he can. This is a very full injury report. I know a lot of these guys were full participants here, but Luther Burden was limited in practice. Kevin Byard was limited in practice. Drew Dahlman was limited. Devin Duvernay, Travis Homer, DeMarco Jackson, Joe Thuney gets his old day every week.
Yeah.
So, this is a pretty lengthy injury report throughout the week, and we've seen this from the Bears, that it would be nice to win today, to get a win next week, and hopefully, the Seahawks lose next week to the 49ers, and then you find a way to get a bye and the 1 seed, and you get to rest on Wild Card weekend. That would be best case scenario for this team moving forward. But if these guys are sick, if you have an illness, most of the time, these guys find a way to hydrate, to do whatever they have to find a way to get out there and play. The extra time of this being a night game, maybe that helps. Maybe they can ibuprofen up. I don't know what they do. Get out there, dude. Play.
Right.
You're going to take some hits. Get out there and play. With TJ Edwards being questionable with his glute injury, with Nashawn Wright with his hamstring, that's a little bit different. But I think most of these guys do end up playing with with their illness. Now, on the other side, you've got George Kittle, who did not practice at all this week with an ankle injury. He is going to be a real game time decision. Ian Rappaport reporting that he is going to go out before warmups and test the ankle. He did not practice at all this week, so we'll keep an eye on that. He has a low to mid ankle sprain, not a high ankle sprain, so low to mid ankle sprain. He's going to test it out and see if he can go before the game. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Obviously, the inactives will come out during the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne. So make sure you're listening to that when we wrap up at 5 o'clock today.
And by the way, Schefter is reporting too, highly unlikely that George Kittle plays today.
That's good.
And I think that's really good news, because one of the things that we don't talk about enough, maybe not enough, but one thing we don't talk about a lot is the Bears' struggles with tight ends. They've allowed the 7th most receptions to tight ends so far this season. It's actually something that's kind of flown under the radar. And George Kittle is not your run-of-the-mill tight end. George Kittle impacts everything that this team wants to do. He is a great pass catcher. He is tremendous in run blocking. He's just a kind of do-it-all superstar type. The offense runs through George Kittle. And if he's not out there, I feel way better about the Bears' prospects of winning tonight. If George Kittle's not out there, I think the Bears should win tonight, because the defense on the other side for San Francisco does not scare me. The offense scares me, but it scares me a hell of a lot less if George Kittle's not out there. And we've seen this offense of San Francisco struggle when Kittle's not out there.
Well, and if you're a big fan of the drinking game that is whenever Abdalla says DVOA, have your drinks handy. Because the passing defense for the Bears in DVOA in weeks 1 through 9 was 27th. They're 11th since then. In rushing defense in DVOA, they've been 26th in weeks 1 through 9. They're 24th since, so it's not a great increase, but the passing defense has been a lot better. So George Kittle being out certainly helps that. Christian McCaffrey is obviously going to, hopefully not help them at all. But, if you look at this game, I think that Kittle being out obviously helps the Bears a lot. But today, I think, is a day of celebration for the Bears.
For sure.
Because if you look at what the Bears have accomplished.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
And I think that if you thank the Ravens, obviously, for helping that, which I want to talk to you about when we come up next. You were out there. You were boots on the ground.
At the funeral.
At the funeral of the Packers. Now, they still made the playoffs, but you were at the
NFC North funeral.
At the NFC North funeral yesterday. I want to talk about that. But 312-332-3776 if you want to talk Bears with us on the Bears pregame tailgate here. It's Bleck and Abdalla. Tyler in for Chris Bleck on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
Sunday Night Football takes us west as the Bears head to San Francisco with the playoff field tightening in every snap carrying way. I'm Jeff Joniak. Join me along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee for the call of Bears and 49ers. Live from Levi's Stadium. Kickoff tonight at 7:20. We'll bring you the intensity, the momentum swings, and the fight of two teams chasing their postseason path. Bears and Niners. A primetime collision in California. Tomorrow night on ESPN Chicago. The home of the Bears.
saving money on new appliances when you shop at Menards. We have an excellent in-stock appliance selection from great brands at the best prices, ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll be sure to find appliances that'll make your life easier. Visit Menards and save big money on appliances today. Plus, check out Menards.com to view all of our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultrafine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching fever under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Here comes the Black and Abdalla. Pregame Tailgate, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University.
The Seahawks beat the Panthers today 27-10. So if the Bears want to keep their eyes on the 1 seed alive, they have to win today. Let's take a look at the games that have wrapped up from the noon window. The Bengals beat the Cardinals today 37-14. Joe Burrow 24-31. 305 yards, 2 touchdowns in this one. Both teams dunzo in this game. In this one, that game really doesn't matter. But the other game in this division for the Bengals, the Browns end up beating the Steelers 13-6, Tyler, and pretty much solidifies that the Steelers and the Ravens will be, it's not on paper yet, but the Ravens and the Steelers will probably be your Sunday Night Football game next week because that game is going to be for the division.
Yeah, means the most out of any of the potential matchups next week. And I look at this Steelers team, they looked like a team that was more focused on making sure TJ Watt's sack record didn't get broken today than going out and trying to win a football game.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jags beat the Colts 23-17. No one wants to win that division right now. The Jags and the Texans. The Jags are 12-4. The Texans 11-5. The Colts and the Titans have both obviously been eliminated in that division. The Dolphins beat the Bucs 20-17, and like I mentioned, the Seahawks beat the Panthers 27-10. and nobody wants to win the NFC South.
Yeah, they're playing for the South next week, and if the Bucs win next week, we're going to have a sub 500 team in the playoffs.
That's insane. That's insane. And as I mentioned, the Ravens game, the Ravens beat the Packers, which solidified the Bears winning the NFC North. They beat the the Packers 41-24. You were at that game yesterday. I love my favorite part, besides the Packers' loss, giving the Bears the division, was the fact now that every team, and I hope the Bears started this, because I saw the Ravens. I don't know if they brought it with them or maybe they took it from people in the stands, but the Ravens had the cheese grater hats.
Yeah.
They had that with. Did they take that from the stands or did they have that with them?
I didn't see it on the sidelines during the game. I feel like that's something, though, you can't pull out until you're taking your kneel downs, your victory formations at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Even when Derrick Henry is running as wild as he was last night. I feel like I've seen these before, though. I don't feel like last week with the Bears was my first time seeing these before.
I've definitely seen them at Soldier Field for Packers games.
I'm glad that this is going to become a thing. It's not quite like the turnover chain, but it's like something equivalent to that, where it's just a sideline prop for all of these players and teams whenever. It's basically NFL horns down.
Yes.
That's what the cheese grater is.
There will be a fight.
And I wonder if we'll ever see a point where it's penalized or a fine, because that's what it is in college football. Whenever you horns down, if you pull out the cheese grater.
No, see,
I don't think the Packers have enough pull for something like that.
I don't think you should, because I feel like you can have a turnover, whatever.
A prop, yeah.
A prop. This should be the same thing. When you have solidified a victory, when you get that final touchdown or whatever, you get that game-sealing turnover, you should be able to pull out the prop. And I know, in the NFL, you don't do that until you know it's over. Because in the NFL, anything can happen. It's not over until you have it absolutely sealed.
Just ask Green Bay.
Absolutely. So you don't pull that prop out until it's absolutely sealed. But when you do, you do it.
Yeah.
I feel like you can.
I love the cheese grater. It's such a great concept.
What was the atmosphere like yesterday at Lambeau Field for the NFC North funeral for them?
So obviously they felt good. They're in the playoffs. The Lions losing on Christmas Eve, or on Christmas night rather, solidified that for them. So they were feeling good about that. There wasn't even this arrogance of we feel like we can get the divisional title. I don't think there was that in the building at all. Mm-hmm. They realized the stakes of what the game were. The stakes were, hey, we got to go out and win this football game, or otherwise the NFC is going to the Bears. And there was, even with the backup quarterbacks going on both sides, you still felt like you had a chance to win the game. Very rarely do you feel that way with a backup quarterback, but I think Packers fans probably felt better than Ravens fans, and there weren't many Ravens fans in the building, which I was a little surprised by, just because it's Lambeau. You feel like opposing fan bases are going to travel well to Lambeau every single time.
Mm-hmm.
But the atmosphere yesterday was kind of, after the game, there was this I can't believe the Bears won the division. And there, when we were walking out, there were Bears still suck chants, which kind of felt like, ooh, this is a little bit of little brother energy right here. This is something I'm personally not a fan of you're walking out of Soldier Field and there's the Green Bay sucks chant just out of nowhere. To me, it feels very little brother.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard this yesterday and I was like, oh, little brother grew up and big brother is starting to face the music a little bit right now. And that, it almost felt like a passing of the torch moment. And it's funny because I've now been to 2 games at Lambeau Field. I went 2 years ago, and it was Justin Fields' last game as a Bear.
Okay.
And then I went last night, and it's the game where the Bears clinched the division. Mm-hmm. And it's those are 2 of the most polar opposite type of games as a Bears fan to attend. Whereas quarterback who you were ready to move on from, who played terribly in the game, and you knew probably played his last game after that as a Bear because of how terrible he was in the game, to you leave the game and you didn't even play, but you ended up winning the division out of it. It was just the 2 most polar opposite feelings I could have had walking out of Lambeau Field.
Now, did people know? Were people around you aware of your allegiances and what you were rooting for?
So
Because, like, you don't have Ravens gear.
Right. So the people I went with were Packers fans. They've been Packers season ticket holders for like 50-plus years. Shout out the Kozlowski family. Tremendous people.
That's a Packers fan name if I've ever heard one.
But so out of respect, I did not wear any Bears gear.
Of course. Yeah.
However,
you don't want to do that. But, like, in the moment, you've got a little bit of Bear fans going to come out.
However, I did wear like my Cubs winter hat.
Okay.
And so that's not necessarily like neutral for a Packer game, but it's also, at least it's not Bears gear. And the beer vendor in their section, so they've had these tickets forever. They know like the beer vendor in their section.
Mm-hmm.
He sees me with the Cubs hat on and immediately goes, something's up. and that's when I got called out for being a Bears fan. And the family I was with the whole time, they were letting people know, too, that I am a Bears fan.
Oh, no.
So.
Oh, no. And I love it, too, because Malik Willis, like, he played well.
Yeah.
He
probably
played
earned himself
well.
like $40-50 million yesterday.
18 to 21, 288 yards, a touchdown. Like, he played well. Not a QB controversy, but, Jordan Love will probably be healthy for the playoffs. They have clinched the playoffs as well. They can't do any better than the 7 seed, though. I did see an interesting stat that if there was no 7 seed, Matt LaFleur would have never made the playoffs without Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Just something to note for just something to note. I know that fans in Green Bay want Matt LaFleur out. Like there is it's not a small minority. I would say it's what do you want to like 40%? I would say. Ish?
Yeah, the people in front of us yesterday were really out on LaFleur. Really out on LaFleur. Group I was with, not as much. Listen, if
I don't want it to be against the Bears, but I would say he's got to win a playoff game. I don't think he's going to get fired.
I don't think he gets fired.
It's going to get toasty.
Like, seat will heat up next year, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always all right, what's the better option?
Mm-hmm.
And like if you look at the crop of coaches that are available for this upcoming offseason cycle, it's like, all right, do you want, well, first of all, like your defensive coordinator is a candidate, but if you're making me pick between Matt LaFleur and Jeff Hafley, I'm taking Matt LaFleur every day of the week.
Yeah.
If you're making me pick between Matt LaFleur and Matt Nagy, it's a pretty easy decision there.
Mm-hmm.
Matt LaFleur or Mike McCarthy would not even be a conversation that's entertained in Green Bay.
Yeah.
Matt LaFleur versus Marcus Freeman. Maybe that's a little interesting, but I don't think I'm diving for that.
Yeah.
I'd still rather have Matt LaFleur. So you look at the crop of candidates out there, it kind of makes the decision for yourself at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. 312-332-3776. We're talking Bears on Chicago's pregame tailgate. Brought to you by Bradley University. Let's go out to Darren in Hayward, Iowa. What's up, Darren?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
How are you?
Okay, I got a good question. I know you was talking about the Baltimore Ravens and Steelers probably on a Sunday night game, but I'm just curious if we beat San Francisco tonight.
Yes.
If there's a way the Bears and the Detroit Lions in San Francisco and Seattle be on at 3:25, so both teams can't rest starters. Well, this team lost, so let's rest our starters. I wonder if that's a possibility. That's all I got to say. Thanks. Go Bears, 2025 champs.
All right, thanks, Darryl. Appreciate it. I don't know what the schedule is going to be. So if the Bears win tonight, they still have a chance to get the number 1 seed, and it would come down to them and who wins between the 49ers and the Seahawks next week. And, yeah, the NFL could put both of those games at the same time. Obviously, it would have to be a 3:05 or 3:25 start for both teams, or all 4 teams, because that game is out west. The schedule will be announced after tonight's Sunday night game. So we'll find out after tonight's Sunday night game.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that they put a game for seeding in the Sunday night window. It's probably going to be a de facto playoff game, which right now Ravens and Steelers is, and I believe that Bucks
Tampa
and Carolina game is. And let's be honest, Steelers-Ravens has a little more cachet,
a little more juice
than Bucks and Panthers does right now. Let's go to Joe. He's out in Louisville, Kentucky. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
What's up?
I was curious why you think we still got a good shot at the 1 seed, because I feel like even if we still win tonight, I don't think the Niners are going to play their starters next week.
Well, I think they will, because that's the difference between playing the winner of the NFC South in the first round versus playing someone else. potentially.
Okay, I got you there.
Versus playing Philadelphia. And like,
Thanks,
you're
Joe.
going on the road no matter what, Joe. But if I'm the Niners, I would much rather face Carolina or Tampa than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And these are conversations we can obviously have later on. But I have a question for you about how far we think this Bears team can go, because now that we have taken the North.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
Why not dream big? We'll talk about that next, right here on the Bears pregame tailgate show on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago.
Fans of the Bears gain access on the home of the Bears. After every game on ESPN Chicago, Jason McKee interviews a top player of the game on the field.
Cairo Santos. Felt really good that was going to happen.
Exclusive. Also post-game, Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer are the first to talk with head coach Ben Johnson before he meets the media.
You guys are the most resilient group.
And we always know if it's close there at the end, we're going to have a chance.
All right, Ben, congratulations.
Exclusive. And that's followed by Jason McKee talking with QB Caleb Williams.
Caleb, another come-from-behind victory.
We're a team that preaches full 60 minutes.
Again, exclusive. And on Mondays, our own Jeff Joniak speaks one-on-one with Ben Johnson exclusively before he meets the media.
Morning, Ben, and we appreciate the time always.
There's a number of things that we're going to be able to coach off of here.
It's access you can't get anywhere else. But here comes the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago on AM app and YouTube.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right, bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino. When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces. You name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know you can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
Since we opened our doors in 1868, Busey has fostered deep customer relationships and vibrant communities, embodying a legacy of partnership and progress. With multiple lines of business, we provide a range of financial solutions tailored to your needs. From digital banking to planning for retirement, Busey is here to help you achieve your financial goals. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Here comes Black and Abdalla. Pregame tailgate, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University. Here comes yeah.
Chicago's pregame tailgate here on ESPN 1000. Bleck and Abdalla, Tyler Aki in for the vacationing Chris Bleck. The Chicago Bears have won the NFC North.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
There's a way where they can never give it back. I have an idea here, too. I'll give
Realignment?
it to you No. No, he's sitting at home right now. Not Chris. The way that they can never give it back. His team is playing right now, and he's sitting at home. I'll get that to you in a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So,
I know where you're going.
How far can this team go in the playoffs? If they win tonight, they are still on track to get the 1 seed. If they win tonight against the 49ers, they are 3.5-point underdog. The Seahawks have already taken care of business today against the Panthers. The Seahawks will play the 49ers next week. If the Seahawks then lose and the Bears then beat the Lions, there is a chance that the Bears can then get the 1 seed there. They'll get the 1 seed that way. Now, that way they can then move on. They'd obviously get a bye. They'd move on to their playoffs wouldn't start until the division round. They would have an easier path, per se, maybe, depending on how the seeding shakes out, to move on to the conference championships and then to the Super Bowl. If you go on FanDuel right now, the Bears to make the divisional round are minus 135. To make the conference championship are plus 270. And to make the Super Bowl are plus 750. They are one of the last teams that have a chance to make the Super Bowl. The only teams behind them right now are the Packers, Chargers, Ravens, Steelers, and Bucks that have a chance to make the... And, the Ravens, Steelers, Bucks aren't even realistic. It's 10-1, 33-1, and 35-1. The Packers are at least, plus 850. That's somewhat realistic.
Yeah.
312-332-3776. How far do you think this team can go? I think it depends on seeding. I think if you're the 1 seed, obviously you get the bye. That's a good thing. You get a week to rest. You know, some of these guys that we've talked about that are obviously on this lengthy injury report that have been dealing with hamstring injuries. We've got Rome Odunze, who sat out for an extended period of time. TJ Edwards missed an extended period of time. We've got guys that are still not, they'll tell you. Even, just ask Jalen Johnson. He's not up to speed yet. That could use an extra week of preparation to get ready for teams. A bye is never a bad thing.
Well, and think about it this way. Shay and I were talking about it yesterday, and he brought up a great point. This team had a week 5 bye.
Exactly.
They've been playing football for 3 straight months.
You don't think Joe Tooney wants a break? He gets a day off every week just because of his age. He gets a built-in rest day.
Grady Jarrett used to get that day too.
Exactly. So this team could use that. Now it could result in you facing a team from the NFC West, either the Rams, the Seahawks, or the 49ers. You could face 2 teams from the West on your way to the Super Bowl, should you get that far. Now, right now, if the playoffs ended today, you would face the Packers. The Packers are the 7 seed. You're the 2 seed. You would face the Packers right now. It would be the 3rd time you'd have to face the Packers. And, if
in a month,
which would be tough. Both those games have been very close. I think that this team can beat anybody. The NFC is very wide open. I think the Rams are very good. The Rams are still, to me, when Chris and I do our 5 up, 5 down every single week, brought to you by Bradley University, I still have the Rams as the best team in the NFL. I would love to avoid the Rams at all costs. I think the Seahawks are the 2nd best team in the NFL. I would love to avoid the Seahawks at all costs. But besides that, I think the Bears can beat anybody, especially at home. If the 49ers are coming to Chicago, I think the Bears have a great chance. I think the Bears have a great chance to win tonight, especially without George Kittle. I think the Bears have a great chance to win tonight. We'll see who ends up playing. You've got this illness going through the team. That obviously won't be the case when the playoffs start in a few weeks. But I think that as built today, this team can pretty much beat anybody in the playoffs. So I would like to get the 1 seed. If they're the 2 seed, so be it. I think this team can at least get to the NFC Championship game.
Well, I think it's win-win either way because of the way that the NFC could shake out seeding-wise. You, I think, win as the 2 seed because your path to an NFC title and potentially the Super Bowl will likely involve not having to face 2 NFC West teams along the way. Now, obviously, if you get the bye as well, you're already filtered through into the NFC divisional round. And while you may have to face more teams out of the West along the way, you at least know you're advancing a stage in the dance. And I don't think any of that can be taken for granted, especially if you're getting healthier. And especially when everything runs through Chicago at that point. You can never be upset with a 1 seed. So I think it's frankly win-win either way, whether the Bears end up as the 1 or the 2. It's a very unlikely situation they end up with the 3, but you got to lose out and Philly would have to win out. Philly's playing Buffalo right now. And I don't see a world where the Bears lose against Detroit next week. I just don't. So I think you're in a good spot if you're the Bears, whether you slot in at 1 or 2. For the path to the playoffs. And this team has this wild card with them every single week, and that is turnovers and running the football. That's the identity of this team. They're not the greatest defense. In fact, when we put them into the playoffs, they're probably going to be one of the worst defenses in the playoffs in the NFC. But they do have the takeaways, and that can mitigate so much of the damage done from a total defense perspective when you're allowing yards through the air, on the ground, whatever. And when you have that ability to take away the football and shorten the game with your own run game, you're going to be able to beat pretty much anyone in the league at that point.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, I do think that this team, that defense, does rely a little bit too much on turnovers. I do think that
I agree.
When you get in the playoffs, especially against a team like the Rams or the Seahawks, we might see it tonight against the 49ers. Now, the 49ers defense is not very good. In fact, this is going to be one of the easier, I think, defenses that this team is going to go up against, depending on how many wide receivers this team has tonight, depending on how these illnesses work out. Now, DJ, for those just tuning in, DJ Moore, Olamide Zaccheaus were added to the injury report with this illness. They're questionable to play tonight. We'll get you an update when the inactives come out. Sometime around 5:45, 6 o'clock with the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Miller. Right around 5:45, they start things off at 5 o'clock in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. I do think they can compete with anybody, but I will say that turnover fixated defense that relies a lot on that. How many times in games are we sitting there late, sitting on your couch, sitting at Soldier Field, watching a game saying, man, this team could really use a turnover. And, 7 out of 10 times, they get one.
It's probably more like 9 out of 10 times.
But in the playoffs, that might go down to 4 out of 10. And you can't have that.
All it takes is being the 1 out of 10 times.
Exactly.
And you could be done.
Exactly. Absolutely. 312-332-3776. John is in Chicago. What's up, John?
Hello?
Hello.
How's it going? So my opinion is I don't think that no team outside of the Packers, believe it or not, can compete with the Bears, coaching-wise or talent level.
Well,
okay.
what I would say the Rams certainly can, and I think Seattle certainly can too.
I think there's only two teams that
and San Francisco.
Yeah, I think there's only two teams that I'm not really like. The Packers and whoever's from the South are the only teams I'm like, okay, they can probably handle that.
Well, here's the thing with the Rams. Yes, the Rams are a very good team, and they are coached very well. But the Bears are really good with quarterbacks that are not mobile.
Okay.
I don't know if those.
Thanks, John.
I would disagree with that vehemently. I think if you went up against a team like, especially Los Angeles, where Matthew Stafford's getting rid of that ball in a split second every single time, and you already don't generate a pass rush, like the Bears can get to a Shedeur Sanders because he holds the ball forever.
Yeah.
The Bears can get to a Jalen Hurts because he's going to hold the ball for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be able to get to a guy like Matthew Stafford. And frankly, tonight, I think they're going to have a tough time getting after the quarterback because I don't think Brock Purdy's going to hold on to the ball all that long. Now, maybe it's different when you don't have George Kittle, that safety valve type of tight end there. Maybe it's a little bit different, but as a whole, I don't trust this Bears pass rush against anybody.
No.
They don't have a guy who's proven to get to the quarterback. You can do it against a rookie or a young quarterback that's going to hold the ball, but you're not going to be able to do it against a Matthew Stafford who gets rid of that thing in like a second and a half.
Well, and I don't think the Bears can do what the Rams have been able to do to Sam Darnold either. Now, maybe you can disguise coverages and maybe, Dennis Allen can get creative with blitz packages and stuff like that, and maybe you can generate turnovers that way, but I don't think you're going to be able to generate pressure.
No.
Like, I don't think you're going to be able to get to him the way that you've been able to, which brings me to my point about what Ryan Poles said.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
Never giving it back. The Raiders are playing the Giants right now. They are losing 7-0. Max Crosby is sitting at home, and he is not happy about it.
No.
They shut him down. They put him on IR. He is supposed to be getting knee surgery. Now, if you're following Max Crosby or following anything about Max Crosby today, he's been playing a lot of basketball and jumping on a lot of trampolines today with a busted knee, supposedly. Supposedly busted knee. He's actually jumping on trampolines and playing a lot of basketball. Why? Don't know. But according to Adam Schefter, according to a bunch of other reporters around the league, he is extremely unhappy about being out of this game today and being sent home and being placed on IR and being unable to play in today's game because the Raiders are trying to get the number 1 pick. That's what's being happened. And so if you want to...
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Go out and get Max Crosby. You need to generate a pass rush. There is one thing there's a couple things this team is missing. There's one major thing that this team is missing, and it is a pass rush. If you could get to the quarterback, this team would hands down be one of the best teams in the NFC. And we wouldn't be talking about, well, I don't know if you can compete with the Rams, and I don't know if you can get to Matthew Stafford, and I don't even know if you can get to Sam Darnold, and I don't know if you can get to Brock Purdy tonight. Because if you had a guy like Max Crosby opposite of Montez Sweat, you could absolutely get to those guys. And we wouldn't be talking about a defense that is 24th against the rush or maybe 11th against the pass and DVOA. We would be talking about a team that is a top 10 defense because they would be generating these takeaways and have a pass rush. So if you have a disgruntled guy like Max Crosby who's playing basketball and jumping on trampolines with a supposed knee surgery.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and
with a supposed knee injury, who is mad because the Raiders sent him home and put him on IR, do everything you can to go get that pass rusher and bring him to Chicago this offseason.
I'm right there with you. And it's part of why people like Waddle, myself, we wanted some sort of trade in the offseason for one of these marquee pass rushers.
100%.
Because can you imagine if the Bears were the ones that made the Micah Parsons trade? And let's take the injury portion of this out of it. If the Bears made the Micah Parsons trade, you would be looking at, I think, the Super Bowl favorites right now.
Yep.
Because that is like the last piece that this team needs to truly be viewed as a Super Bowl contender. You need a guy who can close for you in the final moments of games. You need a guy who can get after the quarterback on any given play. And Micah Parsons would provide exactly that for you. And I think Max Crosby, to a lesser extent, but still a very talented player, can do something similar like that. And it's not going to cost you what it costs to go get Micah Parsons. First of all, Max Crosby's already been paid, so you don't have to worry about any of the contract funny business there. And he's older than Micah Parsons. He's not going to cost you nearly as much. It's probably 2 1s instead of, and the Micah Parsons is a weird trade, too, because there was a player involved in that trade as well when they sent Kenny Clark to Dallas. So it's not exactly a 1-for-1 comp, but you will be getting a guy who, and maybe this is a little unfair to Max Crosby, but I think you'll get what I'm going after here. I think Bears fans would wrap their arms around Max Crosby the same way that Bulls fans wrap their arms around Joakim Noah.
Oh,
Guys that never took a playoff ever.
Oh, my God.
And like Max Crosby's a superstar in this league.
Yeah.
Joakim Noah is more of like a star in the NBA.
Yeah.
And if you can get this superstar pass rusher like Max Crosby, you're talking about a team that can win a Super Bowl.
Absolutely. That's why the people that said that you're not necessarily one player away just yet, you never know.
Yeah.
You never know. And when you can go from worst to first in the NFL like the Bears have done, you never know because they are. They could be one player away.
Well, I think a great example, look inside your own division. Look at a team who really hasn't gone for something on the defensive line outside of what was already in their building. And it's the Detroit Lions. And I think from what we've seen the last couple of weeks, the Lions window has kind of closed. Because next year, Jared Goff becomes a $70 million quarterback. They're already pressed up against the cap. You got to take advantage of the quarterback deal that your quarterback is on right now if you're the Chicago Bears. You've got a cheap quarterback rookie deal. This is your chance to strike. And Max Crosby's the perfect example of that. You cannot be complacent with just what's in your building right now and what could be available for you in the draft.
It's a pregame tailgate. We'll be right back.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Let Triton College help you spring into success. Choose from 120-degree and certificate programs. Triton has convenient classes close to home, affordable tuition, and credits transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you'll learn from award-winning faculty with real-world experience, giving you a quality education that opens doors to your future. Affordable, quality, close to home, that's Triton College. Register now and spring into success. Visit triton.edu/spring.
The holidays are here, and so is the best deal of the season. Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $40 a month forever. No, seriously, $40. Your price, forever. No hikes, no hidden fees, just super fast Wi-Fi that keeps up with everything you stream, shop, and share this season. And right now, you'll even get a $200 gift card. It's our biggest holiday deal, and it won't last long. Lock in your forever price today at astound.com. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
My name's Brian Winhurst, and I've seen a lot of good offense in my life. If you're looking to initiate some offense of your own against your high-interest credit card debt, I'm letting you know a SoFi personal loan might be the play. A SoFi personal loan could be quite the triple threat with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/offense. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/offense. NMLS 696891.
What would you do with 3 extra weeks this year? Get 50% off your first 6 months of Gusto payroll and get that time back. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. You can go from payroll runs to donut runs, crunching numbers to crushing goals, admin to adventure. Switching now means no need to transfer your payroll history either. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio. That's gusto.com/radio.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla, presented by our friends at Bradley University. Now here are your hosts, Adam Abdalla and Chris Black.
Hope you're enjoying your holidays. This weird week coming up between Christmas and New Year's, where I don't know what the date is. I know what the day is because the Bears are playing, but I have no idea what the date is.
Life becomes binary at this point.
Yeah.
Either is there a big football game I care about on tonight or no?
Here was my Friday night. There should have been a game.
Oh.
There should have been a Friday night.
Don't give the NFL ideas.
No, there should have been. There should have definitely been a Friday night game. I'm sorry, whatever was on, there should have been a game. And the fact that there wasn't anything big besides the Hawaii Bowl on Christmas Eve, I'm sorry, there needs to be. The NBA.
That game was electric, though.
It was great. But the NBA, guess what? It's time to shift to Christmas Eve. You have to. You have to. That's for a different show. Did you get anything good for Christmas?
A lot of cooking stuff for me.
Ooh, look
this
at
year.
you.
Yeah, a lot of cooking stuff for me.
Homemaker.
Little griddle, little like a casserole.
Nice.
Bacon pan.
Nice.
Yeah. How about you?
I got this here sweatshirt.
That is a great Bears sweatshirt.
Thank you.
A great Bears
Our
sweatshirt.
friends at Homage. Not that it wasn't free or anything. I got it. It was purchased for me. It was purchased for me by my in-laws. Got it for me. Did you see what Caleb got his offensive linemen?
I did.
So he got them. I don't know what's in this Bottega Veneta.
Dude, I'm in a tax bracket where I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what kind of item it could be.
I think it's a bag.
Is it a bag? Okay.
It's a bag. But also, he's super petty.
I saw
because the Don Julio 1942 is from a tweet put out by a user named Lion Syndicate who took a picture of himself holding it, said, opening when Benedict Johnson is fired. And he got all of his offensive linemen this bottle of Don Julio 1942. And obviously, this has now come out that because Darnell Wright took a picture of it and put it out. Now, props to Caleb for getting his offensive lineman a baller gift.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Burrow got his offensive lineman fossils.
Like dinosaur fossils.
Dinosaur fossils, mammoth fossils, and like bear fossils, which is, as someone who loves Jurassic Park the way I do, would have been awesome. Like, that's a baller gift. Aaron Rodgers got his offensive lineman like four-wheelers.
Yeah, like ATVs.
That's cool.
That's the most, though, like, I used to play in Green Bay, and we used to be able to ride these around everywhere, but you can't do that in Pittsburgh.
No, I don't know if you can. What's this? Patrick Mahomes got like watches and headphones and like basically like Hollywood stuff. Like, I think he went to Travis Kelce and was like, what do Hollywood people get at these award shows? Ask Taylor. And that's what he got. Now, Jordan Love, what are you doing? Today is Bag on Packers Day, okay? Because not only have the Bears won the North, but Caleb Williams has won the gift giving, and Jordan Love has officially lost it. Jordan Love gave his teammates Nike Dunks shoes, like $100 Dunks. If that. The man makes $22 million a year and is a Nike athlete.
And is about to make $55 million a year.
Guess what? Probably got them for free. He's re-gifting shoes to his teammates. That's ridiculous.
The funny part, too, is, remember Brock Purdy got all of his offensive linemen Toyota trucks.
Yeah.
And this was when Brock Purdy was operating off of I was the last pick in the draft salary, which is still a good salary for you and me. But for an NFL quarterback who is giving out gifts, I mean, you're talking, those are probably like $50,000 trucks.
Yeah.
He was probably making maybe $750,000 at the time. So you've got 5 offensive linemen. That's that's $250,000 right there.
Easily.
Not to mention you're playing in California, so lop everything half off with the taxes too.
Of course.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who's spending almost his entire year's salary
It's
on the
crazy.
trucks. Now, if you're Jordan Love, everything for you is Toyota-thon Jordan Love, right? Why wouldn't you just go get free trucks
Just go
from
get
the
some
local
Toyotas,
Toyota dealership up in Green Bay? Why wouldn't you do that?
Dunks. Half of them were probably Panda Dunks, too. It's the Bears pregame tailgate here on ESPN 1000.
The new home of the Bears.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition at goodkarmabrands.com. That's talent acquisition at goodkarmabrands.com.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP. WTBC HD2. Chicago. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pregame Tailgate with Chris Black and Adam Abdalla. Brought to you by Bradley University.
It's your Bears pregame tailgate here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app, presented by Bradley University. Coming up in 1 hour from now, your network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, Dionne Miller, and then your Bears play the 49ers right here after that. Your postgame show with Yurko and Peggy, followed by your post-game show with Jack McGrath, Pat the Designer, and Jason McKee, taking you into the wee hours of the morning. You guys are on until what, 2:30 today? 2:30 in the morning? What time are you guys on until? 2:30, Jack?
Depends what time the game ends, but probably 2:30 is what we're looking at.
Late night coffee run, 24-hour Dunkin' right below
That's how
us
it works
right now.
here, because the Bears are NFC North champions. That's right. Your home of the NFC North champion Chicago Bears. The Bears have finally done it for the first time since 2018, NFC North champs.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
It took since 2022, since Ryan Poles took over, late January 2022, to finally take the North. And hopefully they hold on to it for a while and never give it back. But it starts tonight with the 49ers. They are 3.5-point underdogs. They head out to San Francisco. On Friday, the injury report came out. Rome Odunze is going to be out. He has missed a few games here. Ben Johnson was asked about this a few days ago. This was a back and forth with reporters about Rome Odunze.
And what have you guys had Rome doing for the past week?
Rehabbing.
Is he on the bike? Is he running? And what has he been able to do?
We've been working through his rehab process. So he's right on track. He's going to be in a good spot.
Talked about what do you mean he's going to be in a good spot?
He's going to be able to help us this year.
Rome Odunze last played against the Eagles, where he had 2 receptions on 6 targets. And before that, I mean, he had 8 yards that night. He had 53 yards in the game against the Steelers, 41 yards against the Vikings. Before that, he really hasn't had, he had 86 yards against the Giants. But after that, in the 3 games after that, he really wasn't much of a factor, and he went out there, he tested it pre-game in a game, and then that extremely cold game, and that's when he kind of re-aggravated it, and then since then, he's been out, and Ben Johnson said he's going to be able to help us this year. Now, obviously, the Bears have won the division. There is still something on the line the rest of this season. You can still get the 1 seed. You can still have a bye in the playoffs. You can still miss the wild card round and start in the division round. So you can still get a bye. There's still something on the line, whether he's not going to play tonight, whether he plays next week against the Lions, or this is just a sit him out until the playoff situation. We'll find out, I guess, next week when they play the Lions. But right now, Rome Odunze is definitely out. Nick McLeod is definitely out. And now, added to the injury report today with an illness that has been going through Hallis Hall that has affected DJ Moore was added today. Olamide Zaccheaus was added today. Darnell Wright was added yesterday. He did not fly with the team yesterday. He flew out by himself today. He is questionable today. DJ Moore, Zaccheaus are all questionable today. And Nashawn Wright is also questionable with this illness. Josh Blackwell is questionable with this illness. So this illness is kind of taken apart Hallis Hall, especially the receiving core, and Darnell Wright. We'll see if these guys can go today. But right now, without Rome Odunze, potentially without DJ Moore, potentially without Zaccheaus, there's not a lot of bodies out there for Caleb Williams in this offense.
Yeah, get ready to Jade Walker game, part 2.
Well, he
is
did
what we
have,
may be looking for. And listen,
he had a great game.
I do like what I've seen from Jade Walker from the preseason and then into that Packer game last week. He's shown he can play. Like sometimes you see some of these practice squad guys step on the field, and it's like, all right, that guy clearly doesn't belong. He's just a step behind everyone else out there on the field. That is not the case with Jade Walker. I'm not here to tell you he's a superstar. I'm not here to even tell you he's an above-average player in the league, but that's a guy who walks on the field and looks like he belongs. And I think that's part of when you have a coaching staff that is developing and you've got all of these high-profile guys at each spot in the coaching staff. When you've got these guys developing some of these younger guys, even off of the practice squad or lower down on the depth chart, and they can step in and be ready to play, it just kind of shows you the trickle-down effect of what Ben Johnson has brought to the Bears this season.
I mean, I think you look at it with the defensive guys. Look at everything that this defense has gone through with TJ Edwards missing a lot of time, Jalen Johnson missing a lot of times. Look at all these guys that have stepped up in their absence.
You know what's crazy,
Tremaine
too?
Edmonds missing a lot of time.
About the defensive backs, we don't even talk about the Terrell Smith injury from preseason.
Yeah.
That was a guy who used to be, whenever Jalen Johnson or Tyreek Stevenson were out or being disciplined for something, Terrell Smith stepped in and looked pretty good, too. Like, when we talk before this season, we didn't talk about a lot of feathers in Ryan Poles' draft caps.
Yeah.
But that was actually one of them. 5th-round guy out of Minnesota. Whenever he stepped in, he played well. And we haven't even talked about his absence all season long because we've known as Bears fans he's not going to play this year, and it's kind of been out of sight, out of mind. But even to be able to still replenish the defensive backfield after losing a bunch of your starting guys out of the gate or like key contributing guys out of the gate has been super impressive.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, too, that were limited in practice earlier this week were full participants, have no designation. Luther Burden, Kevin Byard, Drew Dahlman, Devin Duvernay, Travis Homer, DeMarco Jackson, Amen Obagbamiga, and Joe Tooney, all expected to play today. They were all full participants that have no designation. Caleb Williams was asked about earlier this week, asked about his relationship with Ben Johnson and how it started off a little bit rocky, and now, obviously, they're best friends.
It took me a while. It took me, throughout camp. At certain parts, felt like our relationship was pretty fragile. Fragile at certain points from my perspective. It's like, geez, like this dude, doesn't seem like he likes me. He doesn't have to like me. That's what you kind of realize. But at that point also, and to that extent, you start figuring out that that's just him, and he cares so much about the sport. He cares so much about us. He cares so much about winning. He cares, like I said, he cares about us as players. That you start figuring out him, and you understand that when you're on that 53, that 53 by 120, it's that's his place, and so. Being able to go out there, do our job exactly how we should and exactly how he teaches it. And then when you get off the field, he's one of the guys. He's a player's coach. He laughs and jokes with us. He's bumping us around and things like that. And so it's fun. It's enjoyable when we're off the field. It's fun and enjoyable when we're on the field. But it did take a little bit.
I think my favorite thing about the last couple weeks is seeing all the receipts from people about what the Bears' record was going to be and about Caleb Williams. And I know we still don't fully know what Caleb Williams is going to be as a quarterback, but specifically about his relationship with Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
And how this isn't going to work out. Ben Johnson doesn't like him. He didn't pick him. This isn't his quarterback. This is never going to work out. He wants a prototypical stay-in-the-pocket quarterback. This is never going to work. It's obviously
Look
working.
at it now. Yeah. And to the point of like, oh, he didn't pick Caleb Williams. I always thought with Ben Johnson coming to the Bears, sure, he was not a part of the group that drafted Caleb Williams. But in a sense, he did pick Caleb Williams because he chose to coach the Chicago Bears. And Ben Johnson doesn't seem like someone who's willing to be patient and wait around to start winning. I think he came and took this job because he thought right out of the gate, this was a roster that was built to a certain degree where we could win now. Now, to the extent that they could win, I don't know what he thought when he looked at this roster, but it was better than a lot of other situations out there. So to a degree, he did pick Caleb Williams in my mind. And I think that you're starting to see that this is going to be something that is at least interesting moving forward, the marriage between Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. I'm not here to tell you it's going to be the next Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes or Brady and Josh McDaniels, because I don't know where this thing's going exactly. But I do see progress week in and week out with Caleb Williams, and it's worth noting that this offense continues to get better and better, and it's just year one. So I'm excited where it's going to lead me, but I just don't know exactly where it's going to lead me at the end of the day.
Caleb talked about the pride in going from worst last year to first, now first this year.
I've been. I've said it in a couple of speeches that I've had before that, I wasn't the biggest, I wasn't the strongest, I wasn't the tallest, fastest, whatever the case may be. I get drafted here. Told that I'm not a special player. Told that I'm not, a good fit here. Told that, coach and I won't work. I've told, I can't win here. And so, I know that's going to keep going on. But I do take a little satisfaction and things like that. And, being able to help this team, help this organization, be a part of it, to get to the playoffs. And, my goal isn't to just get to the playoffs. My goal is to win and win big. And so, I'm going to keep my head down. I'm going to keep growing for the guys in this building, for the coaches and things like that, for this organization and for the city to be able to be proud and happy to be fans and supporters of Chicago Bears.
That's Caleb Williams on going from worst to, at the time, just being in the playoffs. Now this team, because of the Packers' loss yesterday, are now NFC North Division champs. The first time since 2018 after being in last place for the last 3 years. If you go back to 2022, Ryan Poles.
And the last thing, the most important piece is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
312-332-3776. We're asking you how far you think this team can go in the playoffs now that they have won the NFC North. Let's go to Tom. He's on the south side. What's up, Tom?
Yeah, hi there, guys. All right, yeah, definitely. I think we could take it off, 100%. Right. What I'm calling about in particular is you guys were talking about, went to the Green Bay game and didn't wear any of your Bears stuff on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, my good. Okay, I'm a South Side Irish Catholic Cub fan. I know abuse. I'm thinking it my whole life, right? I would have worn my Bear stuff. And you guys.
I will say though, Tom, I will say I did see one guy there who was wearing Bears stuff, and he was wearing the orange Trubisky jersey, and I was like, all right, that guy's a loser.
Did he lose a bet?
Okay, all right, that's that's almost like a joke. I think he was giving everybody out there. You know what I mean?
But he had a Bears hat on too, so he clearly was a Bears fan.
Oh my goodness, and a Trubisky. Anyway, I have one of the best collectible items, I think.
Oh, it's a nice item.
I worked at Soldier Field in the early 80s, mid to the late 80s, and yes, the 85, 86, all those guys. I'm wearing a Bears cap. It's 40 years old. It was a giveaway. I got every giveaway in the world because I worked there at Soldier Field. We made the food for the vendors, hot dogs, beer, hot chocolate, you name it. We gave it to the vendors, closed down third quarter, and then watched the game for the fourth quarter, and then I would sneak down to the Bears den, and I'd have these guys sign my hats, sign a ball. I had Walter Payton sign a football for my cousin when he turned 10. I don't have him on this hat, but I have 6 Hall of Famers on my cap which is on my head right now. I've got Mike Ditka, Mike Singletary, Richard Dent, Dan Hampton. Who are my other guys?
Mongo?
What's it?
Is Mongo on there?
Mongo McMichael.
Okay, all right. That's a nice
God
item.
Bless him. I got
Bring that
Dave
down to the store.
Ewerson on here, too. I've got 6 Hall of Famers on this cap. I was asking your producer, okay, I'm a Devin Hester fan, aren't we all? You know.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite Bear of my lifetime.
Oh, my God, he's just a great – but I got to grow up with those other guys, you know, which was wonderful. Should I look to have him sign this cap, or would it take away from the nostalgia of the 85-86 Bears?
Tom, do you only have Hall of Famers on there? Or do you have like some of the other guys?
I've got additionals plus.
Then I wouldn't have him touch it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have him touch it.
If it was just like Bears Hall of Famers that you were collecting, then I would say like get Hester, Urlacher, all those guys. But
right, but this is quite effectively nothing but 85-86 Bear. You know?
Yeah.
You stick with that.
Yeah, stick with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think so too. What do you think? Something. I mean, after 40 years, and you know, and look, it was 80, you know, 85-86. It's 25-26. We're taking it. Papa Hallis passed away in 83. Virginia just passed away this past February.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of see it coming into play.
All right.
You know.
All right, Tom. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Yeah, great. Thanks chatting with you guys. Have a nice new year. Go Bears, go Bears.
You too. Bears. Thanks, Tom. All right, Bulldog John Drummond will join us next here on Chicago's pregame tailgate.
ESPN Chicago.
Sunday Night Football takes us west as the Bears head to San Francisco with the playoff field tightening in every snap-carrying way. I'm Jeff Joniak. Join me along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee for the call of Bears and 49ers. Live from Levi's Stadium. Kickoff tonight at 7:20. We'll bring you the intensity, the momentum swings, and the fight of two teams chasing their postseason path. Bears and Niners. A primetime collision in California. Tomorrow night on ESPN Chicago. The home of the Bears.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Bronson Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Save big money now at Menards. Stand up to life's messes with Great Lakes vinyl plank flooring. It's beautiful, durable, and easy to install. Plus, it's pet-friendly, waterproof, and has sound-reducing attached pad for added comfort. Don't wait to finish your projects. Update your spaces with Great Lakes Legends vinyl plank flooring for just $289 per square foot through December 31st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. Bradley University is a proud partner of Pregame Tailgate with Black and Abdalla. Now here are your hosts Adam Abdalla and Chris Black on ESPN Chicago.
About 40 minutes away from your network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Miller, right here on your home of the NFC North Division champion Chicago Bears. They take on the San Francisco 49ers later on tonight, Sunday Night Football. 312-332-3776. Let's go out to Lewis in Hyde Park. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing today?
What's going on?
Oh, man, I'm doing well. I just want to say, being a huge Bears fan and just, watching the playoffs and knowing the playoffs, I'm not a big fan of the first-round buys because it's like you basically go 2 weeks without playing. And I'm not saying the Bears should lie down, but I wouldn't be bothered if they lost and they didn't get that, first-round buy. Because it's so hard to regenerate and recapture the momentum that you have every week, like the way we've been winning, and just having that energy, and then going to the playoffs and you got to go without playing for 2 weeks. Then you get a wild card team or team coming off a wild card victory that's coming in with a lot of energy, coming in with a lot of momentum, and then having to match that can be very, very, very dangerous. So, if we don't get it, I wouldn't be too mad because I just want them to continue to play week by week by week and keep up the fabulous plan that how they've been playing.
All right, Lewis, appreciate the phone call. Thank you. I respectfully disagree because, and it's not because of the rust or anything like that. It's simply because I don't think Ben Johnson would ever let this team come in with any rust or anything like that.
Yeah, I trust that. And I know that there will be some people out there who say, oh, but what about last year? Like the Lions were the team that got they had the bye and then they got blown out in the first round. But I would say it wasn't the offense's problem.
No, it was not.
Game.
It was not. Look at what happened with the so-called trap game, right?
Right, yeah.
Like Ben Johnson has never had this team except for the Lions game, the beginning of the season. And I feel like that was a team that all they did was circle that one game on their calendar.
Yeah.
The entire offseason, just circle that one game on their calendar. And maybe they've circled next week's game on their calendar as well. Because all they want to do is beat the Bears.
Ben Johnson's got that game circled on his calendar.
And he might. I don't think there's going to be any rust or any let up or anything from this Ben Johnson coach team. I don't think they're ever going to walk into a game. And I think we've seen it this season, and I'll say it next season, and as long as he's head coach, I don't think they're ever going to walk into a game unprepared.
And the other thing is, like, who are we as Bears fans to turn our noses up at a first-round bye?
Yeah, absolutely. Come on,
this
guys.
is spoken. I felt like that call was spoken by someone who hasn't been in the playoffs in a long time.
Yeah.
I think we need to recalibrate our brains a little bit here because hopefully there's a lot of winning football coming to Chicago here for the foreseeable future. When you can get a bye and you can get rest in the NFL, you take it every single time. I'm not worried as much about the rest versus rust factor of anything that has to do with the Bears in the NFL.
No, absolutely. Like we're talking about, we were at the beginning of the season, we were talking about hopefully being relevant these last 2 weeks.
Well, and the other thing is we've always talked about, okay, you have the trick up your sleeve, which is the wild card that is being able to get takeaways.
Mm-hmm.
We know that is not a sustainable method of victory week in and week out.
Yeah.
You cannot depend on takeaways every single week. So wouldn't you like to shorten the amount of games that you have to maybe pull the rabbit out of your hat every single week?
And get healthier. Get
That
these
too.
guys. Let me look at how long this injury report is. Get these guys healthier. Get them some. They haven't had a bye since week 5. Like get some rest for these guys. It's Aaron's in Villa Park. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler, you're pretty cool. Adam.
Thanks, Aaron.
Are you and Black? So when we make our Super Bowl run and throughout the playoffs, you guys are going to be doing pregame shows, right?
No, we got one more left after this.
Oh, okay.
We'll be doing
well,
stuff.
anyways, as far as you guys do a great job. As far as the seeding goes, I kind of agree. Shouldn't they kind of rest up? Maybe not take these next 2 games go 100% as seriously as hard, just because they basically got the 2 seed locked up. So I kind of want to hear your thoughts on that. And then how great was it to see Rodgers and the Steelers kind of looked like trash against the Browns? That was just music to my ears. So.
Thanks,
stuff.
Aaron. Appreciate it. I don't think they should be resting anybody.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No.
There's
until this is locked up.
until you know your fate,
and I don't think you're going to, because even if you win tonight, you still have to wait until the Seahawks lose, which you won't know next week.
Now the question would be, if they were to lose tonight, and the difference between having the 2 and 3 seed is very minimal.
I guess it depends on who you're playing.
It could be, and you've got the tiebreaker over the Eagles, and the Eagles currently are leading the Bills right now.
Yeah.
But then maybe you have some questions about it.
Sure.
But for right here and right now, I would say you're playing your guys the rest of the way.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you start resting guys until your fate is sealed and nothing you do matters, has any weight on the outcome. You're playing your guys. It's football. You play until the result doesn't matter.
And I think there's certain guys who it's different case by case. Like Roma Dunze, I'm not rushing back at this point.
No.
I am letting him take his time to get healthy and ready for this. I'm not rushing back. Like a guy like TJ Edwards, let's say he pops up on the injury report again next week, a guy who's dealt with so many injuries so far this season.
Now his glute hurts.
All right. I could see a world where you just kind of let TJ Edwards rest this thing out to the end of the way. Maybe not this week, but next week.
Yeah.
Because I think that you can beat Detroit without TJ Edwards. I think you can beat Detroit without Roma Dunze. So even if they do play or don't play, I still think you've got a pretty good shot in the game. So, yeah, I'm on team no rest here. And even with I think about it from the preseason lens, these guys were not resting their guys very much in the preseason. Ben Johnson was not resting his guys all that much. Mm-mm. In fact, I was a little bit shocked at how much run some of these guys got in the preseason as well. And maybe that's an indicator of how he feels about his guys going into the playoffs.
You ready for this? Eddie's on the north side. What's up, Eddie? Eddie?
And I tried to call all your shows and wish you guys a goodbye, but you guys were swamped and everything like that.
We'll be on next week.
But wait, what?
We'll be on we'll be on before the Bears game next week.
Oh, okay. But whatever. Okay. So as much as the Bears story is, unique, and so is the 49ers. From Purdy being out for this long, and they're at the position where they can almost even win their division. And but I think if the Bears get the number 1 and you get a bye, maybe we'll pull out a 2011 Eli Manning Giants, go into whoever and win the Super Bowl.
That is the most positive Eddie call I've ever heard.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay.
Eddie, I think that's the first time I've heard you use Bears and win in the same sentence.
What did you do with Eddie on the north side? What is this? Did you have a what is that? Did you have a Scrooge type thing? Did you
Freaky
have
Friday situation
what happened
going
to you
on here?
on Christmas?
No, I know you're pointing to it.
He's in the holiday spirit, isn't he?
Yeah, you are.
He's got a little Christmas cheer
You got
with
into the
him.
eggnog early, didn't you?
I'm in, and I'm not in so much at the quarterback, but the whole Bears thing that, you know what, the luck has been unbelievable. I've never seen a team that has run to so much luck. Like from Love going out to the $210 million linebacker going out and to going in there and winning the game, from the Bengals game where this guy's lines up offsides and you get another thing on fourth down to get another thing to win a game there. Everything around it. I've never seen so much, but maybe it's faith that they need to be here, and maybe they'll be in the Super Bowl. And I hope they are.
All right, Eddie, thanks. Have a good one.
We were just
Love you
talking
guys.
about this after I took Eddie's call. I was like, wow, what he's transformed into somebody. I never thought I'd hear this type of Eddie. He's so positive, and
I think he met a ghost from Christmas future, past and present.
I think sure.
I think he definitely
Gained
did.
a little perspective.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did. Marty's in Mount Greenwood. What's up, Marty?
Hey guys, what's up, man? I'm just trying to. I just can't understand why these guys are all talking about the buy and not wanting to buy and all this other stuff. Whatever happened to good, better, best? Never let it rest. There you go. That's all you need to know. Never let it rest.
Do you know the rest of it?
Keep playing. Yes, I know the rest.
Well,
of
give it. Come on, give me the chance. Let's go.
Good, better, best. Never let it rest.
Is that all you got?
That's all you got?
You forgot, but you're missing a pivotal line here, Marty. I mean, you're forgetting the until your good is better and your better is best. And if you're the one seed, your better's become best at that point.
All right, we'll give you another shot. All right.
You better get best. Sorry.
Thanks, Marty.
Thank you. Bye.
I gave him a shot. I thought we were going to have a good chant there. Didn't get it. I guess we've given back the North. That's
North
it.
has been seeded.
Yeah, we gave it back. That was it. Thanks, Marty. That was going to be it. That's how we were going to give the North back. That's how we were going to give it back. We'll take more of your calls coming up next.
ESPN Chicago.
New Year's Day, we've got oranges, roses, topped with sugar. 11 a.m., Texas Tech takes on Oregon in the Orange Bowl. Then number 1 Indiana takes on 9th-ranked Alabama in the Rose Bowl. And at 7, number 3 Georgia battles number 6 Ole Miss in the Sugar Bowl. The College Football Playoffs presented by Menards on ESPN Chicago.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi, starting at just $19.95 a month, forever. Not a temporary rate, no hidden fees, just your price forever. Check off one more thing off your to-do list this season and stop stressing about your internet. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi for every device, every holiday, every year. All for $19.95 a month. But don't wait. Visit astound.com today to sign up. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rewards reserved.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Here comes the boom, boom.
Bleck and Abdalla. Pregame Tailgate, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University.
Here comes the boom.
I like that we've had all these games spread around over the weekend. You had games over Christmas. I thought there should have been a game on Friday. Like, I was just looking for something.
Looking for games.
I just wanted
game
something
hunting.
Friday. I just felt like there should have been something Friday. There were games Thursday. There was stuff Saturday, yesterday,
What
obviously.
if I told you could have a game Friday?
Yes.
But it was... Titans Saints.
Fine.
It was Titans Saints.
Yeah.
It had to be that game.
That was a good game.
It was a good game.
That was a great game.
What if I told you it had to be Vegas and the Giants?
A game.
You'd take that? You'd take game?
I'd take
game over no game?
I'd take game over no game any day of the week. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I guess if we were content with having football on Christmas, all of those games were basically the same level of matchup.
I felt like I feel like I do this every year. Christmas Eve comes around and I look at my app and I'm like, why is no one playing anything?
Yeah, like can I get a Pacific?
Why is every sport
versus
just
Pepperdine college basketball game?
We're just not doing anything Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve is the sacred sports holiday. It is the worst sports day of the year.
NBA, do something.
Step up.
What are you doing? Take that day. But I do feel like it comes with every, with great, what is the Spider-Man thing? With great power comes great responsibility. With great...
Pretty sure that's like a Teddy Roosevelt thing, not a Spider-Man thing.
No, it's 1,000% a Spider-Man thing. It is 100% a Spider-Man thing. It is not Teddy Roosevelt. It's Spider-Man.
All right, you're right. It is Spider-Man.
Yeah, what are you talking about? That's the main line in Spider-Man.
It's the main thing in Spider-Man.
Yeah, but I figured that they would have jacked it from like Teddy Roosevelt or one of our forefathers.
No! It's Stan Lee. It's Spider-Man. I think that's Stan Lee. Anyway.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, cool. With great spreading of games comes 2 games in your 3 o'clock window. And you shouldn't have Red Zone. Like, Red Zone needs to go dark during this time because there's 2 games on and Red Zone is just useless.
We're showing commercials anyway on Red Zone these days. Just split screen the games.
Yeah, this is useless at this point because right now you've got 2 games going on. The Giants are up on the Max Crosby-less Raiders, 17-3. That's at halftime, and 2 minutes left in the second quarter. The Eagles are up on the Bills, 10-0. And I say the Max Crosby-less Raiders because it is very important to me in the offseason that Max Crosby is upset because he was told to go home. He was told to take his ball and his knee and go home because he was put on IR and the Raiders told the media that he is going to have knee surgery, even though he was on social media today playing basketball and jumping on a trampoline. And Adam Schefter reported that he is very not happy with being sent home by the Raiders. And if he's not happy, Ryan Poles, pick up the phone because I was told...
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
And the way you never give it back is you go out and you get a disgruntled pass rusher like Max Crosby and you bolster this team up that has won the NFC North for the first time since 2018 after finishing in last place for the last 3 years. And that is how you never give it back. You take a defense that is super reliant on turnovers, which is not sustainable, and you hope it doesn't come back to bite you in the ass in the playoffs, and you bolster it with a guy like Max Crosby, and you pair him with Montez Sweat on the opposite side, and that is how you turn this team into a perennial contender.
Exactly. You need to find pass rush some way, somehow this offseason, whether it is trading for Max Crosby, signing Trey Hendrickson, finding someone, and I'm not talking about you find someone where you're sitting in the draft in like the 20s. I'm talking about you trade up and go get someone inside the top 10. Because right now you've got nothing to speak for on the pass rush right now. Like Montez Sweat has put up some numbers, but he needs someone else opposite him. And preferably, I would like someone who is better than Montez Sweat to be the one opposite him. I get that you flushed this defense with a ton of cash in it, and you may spend a little bit more even this offseason to bring back someone but you may spend even more this offseason to bring back someone like Nahshon Wright, who's had himself a nice season and earned himself a lot of money. But you need to find, if I'm Ryan Poles and I'm addressing the needs of this Bears team, it starts and ends with pass rush. And I'm not talking about you take a flyer on a guy or you find some like mid-tier free agent. I'm talking about you need to shop at the top shelf store if you're going out and finding a pass rusher of consequence.
Absolutely. Cordell's on the west side. What's up, Cordell?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Shout out to everybody in the studio. What's going on? Happy holidays. I hope your Christmas was good. You know what I'm saying? The question, do I believe in the Bears? And that's a capital F, yeah. Okay. Now, we do know, we have what you guys are talking about, issues with the pass rush. And I understand that. Hopefully, in the offseason, we can address that. Another thing I've been doing lately, right? I love my ESPN 1000 Chicago crew. Shout out to everybody that has a show, who fills in, whatever.
Shout out.
But lately, I've been spying on the ESPN Milwaukee guys. And when I say these guys are such delusional people, it is like crazy. I was listening to the guy yesterday when they lost the older cat and, of course, the Kyle guy. But when they lost yesterday to the Ravens, they were like, oh, well, the Bears doesn't have a good running attack. And I'm saying to myself, like, wait a minute, we're second in rushing. Like, what are these people talking about? And they are – now, I get they've had the best of us, but they are so ahead of themselves. Like, they're really already talking about matching up against us in the playoffs already. And they're like, oh, well, we can beat the Bears and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, dude, we outrushed y'all the first game. Second game, you got, maybe a few more yards, but, like, put some respect on our names. Like, this is, like, diabolical listening to them. I can't wait till their season is done because I am really, really tired of spying, but it's oh, my goodness, it's crazy. Now, one more thing, guys.
Sure.
Do me a favor whenever you guys get a chance. Check on the winning percentage of teams who get the bye as opposed to the losing because, I wouldn't mind having games right away. I know, it may be a tougher task, but I do understand the importance of getting the number one seed because you have the teams like the Rams, the Niners, and who wants to play in Chicago in mid-January when it's below zero? Not nobody that comes from a sunny state, sunny city. So I definitely understand that, but just do that. And as far as the edge rush, I think I would love Max Crosby, but I think Booker can become something special because I was watching some of the ESPN highlights or whatever the case may be, and he's only played 8 games. He's got 3.5 sacks, and he's got some nice moves. So, but with all that being said, happy holidays to you guys. Happy New Year. Bear down. Let's get this win tonight. I'm ready. Bear down, baby.
All right. Thanks a lot, Cordell. Appreciate it. There's a lot to unpack there. Like, I think now is when you got to spend, though. Like, now is when you make moves for Crosby because your quarterback is cheap.
Yeah.
In a few years when you have to pay Caleb, that is when you make Booker-type moves, right? That's when you try to find guys like Booker because that's when you're trying to save money because you're paying your quarterback $60 to $70 million because Caleb Williams is hopefully worth that kind of money, right? I think with the bye, yeah, sure, the Rams might not want to come here, but it's also 55 degrees outside at the end of December right now. We don't know what it's going to be in 3 weeks.
Yeah, if you get
also,
a snowstorm,
the Seahawks and the 49ers it might not really affect them because the Seahawks are used to that.
They play outside, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a little bit different because it never really gets below like 45, 40 degrees in San Francisco. And I'm talking about if you end up playing a game that's like in the teens or something here, then you're talking about something that's a little different. But in terms of like the Austin Booker stuff, listen, I think he's a fine player. He was a flyer worth taking, but let's not act like he was a first-round pick.
No.
With first-round pick pedigree. He was a fifth-round pick, and one that you traded up to go get, too. You traded out of a pick the following season to go get Austin Booker. So I think he maybe has potential, but I'm not going to sit here and try to sell you that Austin Booker is going to be the next like big pass rusher. If you made me guess right now, is Austin Booker going to be a Pro Bowler at some point in his career or not? I'd say no. That's where my money would go down on. And I'd say that about a lot of people. That's not a slight on Austin Booker. You can still be an impactful player. But I need to see, consistency on the field, and I need to see you be healthy as well. That's been a big problem for Austin Booker over the course of his career.
Yeah, I just think that you are one player away now. Like you are. Before the season, it was a question mark. I still thought you should have gone out and made a move for someone. Whether it was obviously Myles Garrett wasn't going anywhere, Max Crosby wasn't going anywhere, but Micah Parsons was available. And yeah, the price was steep, whatever, but the move was there to be made. There were moves to be made for guys that were out there. And whether it's Trey Hendrickson, whether it's Max Crosby, whoever it is, we now know this team is one player away.
Yeah.
And now you've opened up a window. Now you are in a champ. You have won a division. You are in a championship window.
I think there's two games this year that I look at: the game against the Eagles and then the last game against the Packers. And those two games being wins means you have officially opened your window of contention. And especially this year in the NFL, I've been saying it a lot, but the Super Bowl champion this year is going to be a flawed team. The league is littered with them. The best of the best are flawed. This isn't like last year where Philadelphia was about as perfect of a team as you could have assembled. Philadelphia was not a flawed team last year. I would not have said the same thing about this last year. But this year, like the Rams sometimes struggle on the road. The Seahawks, we know Sam Darnold can give the ball away with the best of them. The Bears, they don't have much of a pass rush. Like the Eagles, when are they and when aren't they interested? They seem pretty interested right now with a 13-0 halftime lead on Buffalo. Like, there's going to be a flawed team that comes out and wins the Super Bowl this year. There's just nothing else you can say about the state of the league right now.
See, you look at those games, and I look at the Bengals game, and I look at like the Steelers game, and those games should not, like the Bengals game specifically, should not have been a game. Like the Ravens game, you were one of the only teams at the time to lose to the Lamar-less Ravens. The Bengals game, you let Joe Flacco do whatever he wanted because you could generate no pass rush.
Yeah.
So if you had any pass rush, Joe Flacco's a statue back there. He couldn't do it. He couldn't move.
Yeah.
But you couldn't get anywhere near him. He put up 47 points on you. And so when you have a pass rush, you might not be worrying about the 1 seed right now. You might have that extra win right now against the Ravens. You might have an extra win against the Packers from a few weeks ago. You might not be worrying about it right now if you had a pass rusher like Max Crosby on your roster. We've got about 10 minutes until the network pregame show, and then in about 2 hours from now, we'll get you kicked off for Bears and 49ers on the home of the NFC North Division champion, Chicago Bears.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
Fans of the Bears gain access on the home of the Bears. After every game on ESPN Chicago, Jason McKee interviews a top player of the game on the field.
Cairo Santos. Felt really good that was going to happen.
Exclusive. Also post-game, Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer are the first to talk with head coach Ben Johnson before he meets the media.
You guys are the most resilient group.
And we always know if it's close there at the end, we're going to have a chance.
All right, Ben, congratulations.
Exclusive. And that's followed by Jason McKee talking with QB Caleb Williams.
Caleb, another come from behind victory.
We're a team that preaches full 60 minutes.
Again, exclusive. And on Mondays, our own Jeff Joniak speaks one-on-one with Ben Johnson exclusively before he meets the media.
Morning, Ben, and we appreciate the time always.
There's a number of things that we're going to be able to coach off of here.
It's access you can't get anywhere else but here comes the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago on AM app and YouTube.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right, bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Plus, get $1,000 to $2,000 holiday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your year-end savings at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing select models with approved credit.
This is the our idea is ready to launch vision. This is the create great jobs vision. This is the we need more space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla, presented by our friends at Bradley University. Now, here are your hosts, Adam Abdalla and Chris Black.
Thank you to Jack McGrath, Hannah Lamont, and Eric Skrowski for producing today's show. In about 5 minutes from now, you've got the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Miller, followed by Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee for the call of the Bears and 49ers. After that, the postgame show with Yurko and Peggy, and then the post-game show with Jack McGrath, Pat the designer, and Jason McKee. Again, a lot of Jack, a lot of Jason, all that good stuff. To the wee hours of the morning, 2:30 in the morning.
New guy buys coffee.
New guy buys coffee, yeah. Jack's the
Hope
new
you know-
guy.
hope-
Is Jack
hope
the
you
new
know
guy?
that.
Jack's the new
Well,
guy.
he's new on the show. It's usually Jeff
Yes,
and J
it
Mac
is,
and
yes.
Pat's show.
Yeah, it is.
But Jack's parachuting in, doing a good deed today, but new guy does buy coffee.
All right, I'm going to give this 30 seconds. Or not 30. I'll give you 45 seconds. All right, Mitchell? 45 seconds. Mitchell and Displains. Go.
Okay, so basically, in Bears history, the best passer, not the recent one with Williams and DJ Moore, the best one, starting number 1, 1985, Jim McMahon is basically sidelining of Steve Fuller, who's struggling. He's arguing. McMahon says, Ditka, I need to go in the game. He goes, fine. He eventually gets there, throws a deep pass for a touchdown. Second possession, McMahon does another one. So where we go, okay? He gets, and by the way, they're all doubles, okay, which made Ditka go crazy, okay? First time ago, 1979, Vince Evans, right, in Dallas, Texas, throws a 60-yard bomb to James Scott, okay? Not only was the national media thrilled, the entire world of the Chicago Bears never saw a pass like that from a USC quarterback named Vince Evans, okay? That is the bottom line.
All right, that's the bottom line. I heard like Vince Evans, and that's it.
Got a little Jim McMahon.
Jim McMahon, Vince Evans. That's all I heard.
Respectfully disagree. I was not alive.
Yeah. I thought that was a pretty good they were both good throws. Yeah. They were good throws. Yeah. They were good throws. Bears, 49ers, Sunday Night Football. The Bears, a 3.5-point underdog on the road. Lots of questionables for tonight's game. Darnell Wright, questionable with an illness. He flew separately earlier today with the team. DJ Moore, Olamide Zaccheaus added to the injury report earlier today as well. With this illness that is going around the Bears organization up at Hallis earlier this week. So they are now sick. We know Rome Odunze is going to be out. We know Nick McLeod is going to be out. We know that Nashawn Wright and TJ Edwards also questionable. CJ Gardner-Johnson also questionable. Luke Newman questionable. A lot of questionables for this game. Tyler, how do you see this one going?
I think it's high scoring tonight. I do. I don't trust either of these defenses. I don't think either team's going to generate any sort of pass rush here. I think both offenses are going to kind of have their way, and I think this ends up being a whoever has the ball last type of game. And you can't really predict who's going to have the ball last. It is interesting because what we've seen out of Ben Johnson when he wins the toss, he's worked in curious ways in terms of, hey, we're going to take the ball or we're going to defer. Usually he makes that decision more based off of weather than anything else. You see most teams, you win the toss, you automatically defer to the second half. Ben Johnson has not worked that way. So I'm intrigued to see how he handles the coin toss if the Bears end up winning this coin toss tonight. But I think it's just going to be whoever has the ball last in this game. And for that sake, I would say if you're betting on it, I would bet on the underdog in a game like that, especially when we've seen this line now move from 3 to 3.5, which is kind of a curious move.
Yeah, I think it didn't move when the news of DJ Moore and Zaccheaus came out. It took a while for that to kind of happen. I think it actually happened before that news came out. So the total in this game is 51.5. You think this is going to be higher scoring? I agree with you. I think it is going to be higher scoring. I don't want to say that I hope Kittle plays, but I'm
expecting him to not play.
I was looking forward to seeing Shanahan and the chess match between these two guys going back and forth.
But what has Shanahan done better than anybody in football? It's play left-handed. Yeah. And what I mean by that is not have your full complement of guys. I mean, if his name wasn't Kyle Shanahan and he hadn't been to multiple Super Bowls already, he should be the coach of the year. The fact that the Niners are even in contention for a 1 seed right now with all the injuries and significant ones at that they've dealt with, this, like Kyle Shanahan, if I had a vote, would be my coach of the year this year.
The only reason I could see this being lower scoring is if these guys that are questionable with these illnesses, DJ Moore, Zaccheaus, any of these guys end up not playing because they're going to run the football a lot more, and that would bleed a lot of clock, time of possession. You see kind of like a way that they handled the Eagles game. I think the Bears end up winning this one if Kittle doesn't play. If Kittle doesn't play, I think that hampers what the 49ers can do a lot. I think the Bears win this one, 31-27, the NFC North Division champions. Move on, get another win, and we'll find out when they play next week. It is now time for the Network pregame show. We'll talk to you next week.
Chicago Bears pregame.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here. 'Tis the season to stay warm and save big. If your windows are frosty on the inside, it's time to call Window Works. They'll help you deck your halls and your walls with beautiful, energy-efficient windows and doors that keep the cold out and the holiday spirit in. Right now, it's buy one window, get one free. But hurry, this special holiday offer won't last. Call today. Just dial pound 250 and say Waddle to schedule your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Waddle.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP. WTBC HD2. Chicago.
'Tis the season of miracles and mayhem. Our Bears remind of the Polar Express, roaring and soaring after Saturday's stunner at Soldier, with the Iceman as the lead actor.
Seeing is believing. And sometimes the most real things in the world are the things we can't see.
Belief is powerful, and so is heart. One pulsating in the arm of Caleb Williams.
I left my heart.
Now comes a new stage, a duel of destinies.
In San Francisco.
A poetic battle for the coveted #1 seed in the NFC. Fittingly in Santa Clara, site of Super Bowl 60.
One town's very like another when your head's down over your pieces, brother.
This is a matchup of offensive genius. Ben Johnson, Kyle Shanahan. Chess, anyone? Brock Purdy is lighting up the San Francisco offense. Caleb Williams is the captain of crunch time and heating up. Home field is where the heart is, and both teams battle for that advantage. San Francisco feels it is 5 home wins away from hoisting the Lombardi Trophy in their own building. The Bears staying grounded amid the ruckus they've created, surpassing expectations with a flair for the dramatic.
It's chessboard.
It's a bold showdown at Levi's.
Checkmate.
Time to find out who's wearing the pants in this NFC family. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Santa Clara. It's Bears and 49ers on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Here comes
the Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes Now, the Bears pregame show, live on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman.
Kings of the North. That is right. This is the first pregame show of the NFC North champion, Chicago Bears. And it is a delight to bring it to you from our downtown studios as the Bears get set in Santa Clara to take on the San Francisco 49ers. A playoff berth was clinched, then the NFC North was clinched, and still the #1 seed can be clinched. So still work to be done. And guys, who would have thought it? Who would have thunk it?
Wasn't on my bingo card.
It's been a remarkable turn of events since the last time the Bears were even on the field. A lot has happened since they last played a game, and it has gone in their favor in a wonderful way. They have to feel very good about the way that they're heading into tonight's game.
Mine is guys getting sick. What's going
Right,
on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Darnell Wright is apparently there, still questionable. We'll figure that out.
DJ Moore was added today.
So was
Zacchaeus.
Zacchaeus as well.
Yeah.
It is cold and flu season.
It is.
It's not just
Ask Dionne.
NFC North clinching season. It's also cold and flu season.
Yes, and I'm battling it a little bit, but I'm a gamer. I'm here.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
gonna push right through.
Yeah. Guys, let's reflect on this, though. Waddle, you and I had a thing where all preseason. Well, we've had many things. I mean, we've been on together for 18 years.
That's true.
I'm talking from a pure sports radio hosting relationship.
Gotcha.
But you would always say over.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears are going to hit the over, and I was scarred from years past. So
understandable.
I took under 8.5 this year, and you took the over, and I took the under just out of spite that I would not give them the benefit of the doubt until they earned it. Well, they certainly have earned it. I mean, not only did they hit the over, but now they've hit 11. They've hit the NFC North crown, and I don't even think it's one thing to say in training camp, in mini camp before that. It was unlikely to predict that they would win the North. But even 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago, we still really didn't know what we had on our hands. And what a development it's turned into.
It felt like so many of those wins in the middle of the season with the Raiders and the Commanders that it was just almost lucky. And then it started to feel like, okay, now it is execution and belief. And that's what's coming through in the final seconds, giving them just enough time. What happened last Saturday night on that field was a tentpole moment in my brain. Like, it was a moment that will be remembered by everybody who's there, everyone who played in that game, but it meant a lot for them to beat that team the way they did and then take the North as they've been trying to do.
I watched the film 3 times, and I still don't know how, after the first 57 minutes, how they were able to win it. But that's who this team is.
Yeah.
You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They'll fight you to the death until the final second that's on the clock. It has been one of those signature seasons. Look, I did have the over, and it wasn't about optimism. It was about expectation. Like, this rebuild was taking too long in my mind. You brought in Ben Johnson for $13 million a year. You had the first pick of the draft, and you drafted Caleb. You solidified the interior of your line. You spent a lot of draft picks and a lot of free agency money and made some trades to make yourself a better football team, and it was finally time for this team to win more than they lost. I had no expectation that they would win the division. I had no expectation that they would be heading to the playoffs. I just thought they were going to win more than they lost. It has been one of those seasons, though. They've done something that no team in modern NFL history has done. They've won 6 games when trailing with 2 minutes to go. Right. It's never happened in the modern NFL. I asked Silvy this trivia question, and I told you a little bit earlier, too, D. I was looking through some notes. They lead the league in takeaways, and they've turned the ball over the fewest number of times of any team in the league. The last team to do that in the National Football League was the 2010 New England Patriots. Now, the Bears have 2 games left. The Patriots were 14-2 that year. It's just like there are so many signatures to this season, which there is still a lot of work to do, but it's just been so special on so many levels.
The way that Ben Johnson came in and immediately established his standard and then got them to fall in line with that and buy in, I think that says a lot about how hungry they were, but also about his leadership style and how easy it was for them to follow along.
I think they were more talented also than their record. Like, I'm not going to say they're the most talented team in the league, but it just shows you how important coaching is.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
And we've always said this on our show, Silvy, that there's 2 elements here. There's identifying talent, and then there's the development of talent. And if you have one but not the other, you're never going to get over the hump. But if you've got both, you got a chance. And I think you've seen across the board this year just how important the coaching has been.
We noticed in training camp, remember? We were like, wow, this is what a varsity coaching staff looks like. And the
getting after it.
The impact that they've had individually from Eric Bieniemy and Antoine Randall and Al Harris and just each group having that guy that was able to get everybody's attention. It's no wonder that already people are saying that the Bears staff is going to be targeted the most in this coaching cycle.
I'm worried about Al Harris going to Dallas, but that's for another day. There's stuff to win here.
Yeah.
And going back to the original point about when did we know? I don't think I knew that the Bears had something special going this year until the Philly game.
Yeah.
And Waddle, you and I have debated how legit Philly is now. They are still the Super Bowl champions. They weren't going great then, but they're beating Buffalo right now. It's 10-0. And
13-0.
13-0. So to go into Philly on Black Friday. I mean, like, this is the start of the holiday season. We're still in the holiday season. So this wasn't long ago to go in there and to bully the team that's known to do the bullying in a stadium where there's plenty of bullying going on in the crowd. Yeah. The Bears did the bullying that day, and they ran the ball all over them, and I'm like, what do we have here? Now, then they lost the Packer game, but at least in that second half, they showed you they can also bully the Packers in that second half. They just didn't finish. They were able to finish last week, and now look, I don't think you should put any sort of governor on your expectations. Like, dream away. They're NFC North champions. They could get a bye in the first round if they get the number one seed. No more talk about number one draft picks. We're talking about number one seeds here, and at the very least, a home playoff game to start the wild card round.
It's an incredible change from a year ago when they were such a train wreck disaster and we weren't sure what direction they were going to go in, to be able to put together what they have. And I agree with you. There was more talent there last year. They just got caught up in that, oh no, here we go again. We're going to lose this game in dramatic fashion, and then they would. It was hard to get out of that mindset without a fresh set of eyes with the new coaching staff, which I think has made that huge difference.
Yeah, with regard to the kind of the inflection point, I completely agree. It was the win over the Eagles. You know, they had to cling to the victory against the Steelers, 31-28 at home against Mason Rudolph. The week before that, they needed a 56-yard kickoff return from from Duvernay to get them in field goal range, or to get them close to where they could get into field goal range. And then they had the last-second kick. The week before that, they beat the Giants. Jackson Dart goes out. So, I mean, the list is going on and on and on, where you were appreciating what they were able to do, but in the back of your mind, you're like, how much of this is really real? Yeah. And then you go to Philly and you just kicked them in the teeth and dominated them at the line of scrimmage. So for me, that's kind of where I let myself go and say, hey, don't put a ceiling on this team.
Yeah, it's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show, the Advantage Dealer Group. On the Chicago Bears radio network, Dionne drives an Acura from the Advantage Dealer Group. You could find your next Chevy, Acura, or Toyota and drive off in under 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's the Advantage Dealer Group. And the Dr. Pepper hotline is open right now at 312-332-3776. So if you want to reach us, in Chicago, football runs deep and Dr. Pepper runs colder. It's one of a kind, and it's the best 23 flavors in football from kickoff to final whistle. It's a pepper thing. You guys were just talking about the development of not just rookies either. We've talked a lot about this on this show, on our Waddle and Silvy show, Waddle, where like a guy like Tremaine Edmonds, who even though he's been nicked up, is having his best year with the Bears this year, even though he was a Matt Eberflus guy when they brought him over here. You're talking about Darnell Wright on the right side, who was picked in the top 10 of a draft, who's now playing like the 10th overall pick.
Look at the quarterback.
The quarterback is a great example. And what I like best too, Dionne, is it's the development, and it's not just the coach talking in platitudes. Like, hey, we want to be this, we want to do this. He'll say something going into the bye week, we have to fix the run game. Yeah. And boom, they've been dominating in the run game. Hey, we've got to get this straight. And then they get that thing straight. And we're going to be playing our best football in December. Not a platitude. They are showing us on the football field that this just isn't talk from the coaching staff, and it is so refreshing.
Just don't wait till the final 3 minutes this afternoon or this evening on San Francisco.
Exactly. If you don't have to. If you don't have to wait till the final 3 minutes, that would be nice. It is remarkable what they've done. And it's not just those players you talked about. You think about Nashawn Wright. This is a guy who was called into duty because Jalen Johnson had this freak injury before training camp and missed, and then got injured again. And look how he's taken advantage of his opportunity. Should have been a Pro Bowler, probably got snubbed there, might be an All-Pro, but still, that's incredible. You bring in Drew Dahlman, and he has this incredible year. And Joe Tooney, of course, does his thing.
All he does is win.
It's crazy.
Every time Joe Tooney goes to a place, they win. And the team that he leaves starts to lose.
Yeah.
I always boy, what's he going to think coming from Kansas City?
Right.
And now he's here with the Bears. Kansas City's out of the playoffs. And here are the Bears, and that's Joe Tooney. Just everywhere he goes, he wins.
This is why he's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He just does his job well. There is no drama around it. He just does it at any elite level.
And the three places he's been, the coaching has been outstanding.
Yes. It's,
again, there's a connection.
Two of the best for sure. We're hoping our guy joins that group.
Right. Well, the early returns are in, and they're damn good. So, look, it's all of it. I mean, look at DeMarco Jackson, who stepped in when our linebackers were down and really performed well. So the list goes on and on and on. I really think that the key to this entire season, honestly, outside of, the quarterback has made some great plays, has been the play of the offensive line and just how that unit has worked well together. And again, it's been a bit of a revolving door at times at left tackle. They've seemed to have found somebody that can at least hang there for right now. But that offensive line has not only played exceptionally well together, knock on wood, they've all been healthy.
Yeah.
Look around the National Football League. First of all, look at the talent that the Bears have up front. And then the blessing that is all of them staying healthy, which is a tribute to them and a tribute to the strength coach and his group up at Hallis Hall. But that's been the key for me offensively. If you can run the football, it travels. And if you can protect your quarterback and your quarterback can protect himself, you can score points. And they've done that. I mean, if I told you when the season began, this offense was going to average 371 yards and 26 points per game, you probably would have told me I was crazy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of craziness. This, and we're here for it. It is great. It is refreshing, and the Bears can still do a lot more ahead. Good, better, best, right? Good is clinching the playoff spot. Better is winning the division. Best is winning it all.
Yeah.
And and look, this isn't out of the question, guys. Ring it up. When did you know that the Bears could be onto something special this year? Let's take your calls on the Dr. Pepper hotline. I take your calls at halftime, too. Peggy and Yurko on the post-game show. The guys after that, too, on the post-game show. Go we into the night and into the morning hours. We're here for all of that. So we'll continue to take your phone calls. And you did not think that we would go 15 minutes without playing that dramatic touchdown throw to DJ Moore. We will play that on the other side here. It is Bears and 49ers as the Bears look to inch closer to the number one seed. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Oh, baby, did you see that play?
The mood in here is unbeatable.
Nothing beats game day energy.
And the perfect pairing for it all? Flight by Yingling.
Crisp, refreshing, and light on calories.
Whether you're posted up at the bar or watching with the crew, Flight by Yingling keeps the flavor bold and the vibe light. Flight by Yingling.
Football's better with Flight.
America's next generation of light beer.
Flight by Yingling. Raise the bar, Chicago.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You'll be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals. Our care saves. Our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from just $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from just $57 a month, plus 6 years interest-free financing. Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 30,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicago's trusted local experts.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
You know a hard-earned yard when you see one. When all that time and effort pays off. And power makes all the difference. Professional-grade Echo tools are built to power through the toughest jobs. Season after season, yard after yard. Headquartered here in Chicagoland for over 50 years. Echo Outdoor Power Equipment offers more than 250 gas and battery-powered tools to keep you at the top of your game. And that's why yarders trust their yards to Echo. Find Echo at Home Depot and Echo dealers. Echo, power on and on.
Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics, wants to reward you for everyday banking. CU One's high-yield checking offers the opportunity to earn competitive dividends when you make qualifying transactions each month. No monthly fees, no minimum or opening balance required. Plus, you'll be able to bank anytime and anywhere with 24/7 digital and mobile banking. Start making more of your money with Credit Union One. Open an account at cu1.com/Irish. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Snap. Caleb, play pick, looking to throw, going deep, searching for DJ Moore, over the shoulder, catch, made, touchdown Bears! It's over at Soldier Field. The Iceman cometh, the Iceman taketh a 46-yard spiral to the end zone to DJ Moore. 22-16 Bears, 4:50 in overtime, and DJ Moore is mobbed in the north end of Soldier Field as the fans celebrate, everybody on their feet. What a strike. Ben Johnson going for the big ball, and it's Captain Crunch time. Caleb does it again. The Bears scored 10 points to finish, and the 6 points here, 22-16. They win. They own first place by a game and a half, and they have 11 wins.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman, Bears pregame.
Think about this, Bears fans. In the last 8 days, you experienced possibly the most dramatic, memorable walk-off Bears win in modern history as far as regular season wins are concerned. Then you saw Detroit lose on Christmas, so the Bears clinched a playoff spot. And then last night we saw Green Bay lose, where the Bears clinched the NFC North. That's a hell of an 8 days. The best 8 days the Bears have had in years. Let's talk about it with Tom Thayer. He's brought to you by UI Health. Expert care for your journey. Visit uihealth.care. And it's been a hell of a journey for the Bears. Tom, I like they say the pictures says 1,000 words or speaks 1,000 words, whatever the saying is. There's a still shot from Joniak calling that, and you are raising your hands in triumph. Zetterman's behind you, who is in disbelief. He's got his palm up to his forehead. But I was just thinking about you, Tom, like all the years of doing these things, and that had to be one of your great moments in the booth since you've been doing these games.
You know, it really was, but I just wanted to confirm that it really did all happen, and they weren't going to come up because, first of all, he was interfered with, and they got 2 officials on the spot. Neither of them made defensive pass interference. And then when I went and looked back at the clip, Danny was raising his arms in a touchdown long before any of us were, so he was confirmed, or he said he saw it and he knew what was going on. And so, listen, I just didn't want to get too excited and then just be so let down if it didn't all go according to what us Bears fans wanted to see happen. And it did, and then, man, the hands came up, and it was not a very good night of sleep that night.
It was so much fun, and it was such an emotional hangover, I think, for the fans and for the players, just like lingered into the week because we kept talking about it. But when you go from such a huge emotional swing like that, and then you clinch the division and all this stuff, how do you kind of handle that when you're in a moment like tonight where there's still something to play for?
I would downplay it because, you're able to accomplish a lot of unexpected things that from the start of this football season. However, you have a lot more to accomplish, and this team is capable of that. I don't think that you can live on what you did last week. You got to live on what you're hoping to be able to do tonight and then next week, and then get into the playoffs and see how everything plays out. Because as excited as we are, and you talk about that emotional hangover, you just think of how much that hangover would hurt if the worst case scenario unfolded in the next couple weeks. But I have that faith in Ben that he's not going to allow it to happen. He's going to have these guys emotionally and physically ready for tonight, and they're going to go out and give their best effort against a talented 49ers team.
Tom joins us from the Hyundai booth in, I'm assuming, still very sunny Santa Clara, where the Super Bowl will be held. Keep that in mind. Tom, it's hard to boil down this season into one item as to why it has been such a glorious season. But if you had to try and do it, why are they where they are right now?
I just think if you look at the analytics and the totals from the quarterback position, how it relates to the offensive line. You think of the rushing yards, and now you take Justin Fields out of the rushing yard accomplishment of a couple years ago. Now it has to do with the running back position and Caleb's escapability. Then you look at the limited amount of sacks that they have gotten against Caleb. So all these types of things that the offensive line is complementing the overall offensive performance. I think that's one of the biggest ingredients for me. But then you look at specifically, Dan Rochar comes aboard, and all of a sudden he completely changes what Darnell Wright was at the beginning of his career and what he's been the last 8 or 9 games. He is that top 10, top 11 player in the draft, and he is playing up to that level. And then Ryan went out and brought in some free agents that had a solid NFL reputation, and they're all playing some of their best football that they've been able to play. And then they've gone through 3 left tackles, and they finally decided that Ozzie Trapillo, out of the college that is always throwing offensive linemen into the league, Boston College, and he's out there playing like an experienced veteran, and he's only scratching the surface of where he's going to be. So a long-winded answer to that, I think it's the performance of the offensive line and how it complements the overall performance of the offense.
Tom, how do you think the Bears are going to respond with several factors here? Coming off of that win against Green Bay, clinching the playoff spot on Christmas, as I said, clinching the division without even playing, and then dealing with the sickness that they've had to deal with in what would normally be a longer week, but they could use every hour here to get healthy. How do you think they're going to play tonight?
Well, my first plan of attack would, how can I keep their offense off the field? And if I could have a solid running game that time of possession that resulted in touchdowns, I think that's one of the things that can help you the most. And then if I was Dennis Allen looking at their offense, how could I limit the success of Christian McCaffrey? He's their leading rusher and their leading receiver. If you can take him out of the targeted game plan and what he provides to this offense, and you can make him go in different directions, and we don't know what's going to be with George Kittle tonight. And here's a guy that had 150-yard-plus receiving last year against the Bears. So if George Kittle didn't play and you could really target Christian McCaffrey, maybe you could limit the success of their offense and then put the pressure on your offense to have success and, that, like I said, result in touchdowns, not field goals.
Can they get them to punt? They haven't punted since, November, Tom.
I know. Isn't that insane?
It's insane.
It is, unless you're getting turnovers on special teams, I guess. But yeah, listen, that's an amazing stat about this. It's almost as weird as the Jets not having any interceptions this season, and they hired a defensive back as their head coach. For these guys not to punt in such a long period of time, it's an amazing stat in itself. But, you watch these guys last week against the Indianapolis Colts and a couple games down the road that they are a time consumption offense. And, Brock Purdy, when you look at where he's at as a quarterback since he's come back from that toe injury, he's just playing, amazingly well. And so I guess, when you're talking about stopping Christian McCaffrey and hopefully George Kittle doesn't play, somehow you got to be able to get to Brock Purdy as well.
All right, Tom, great stuff. We will catch up more with you in the second hour and talk to Joniak and J-Mac as well. Thank you. There he is. There's Tom Thayer, Super Bowl champion, longtime voice of the Bears, and a lifetime Bears fan. And what an experience for the entire booth last week, for all of us. We were all at Soldier Field last week. We'll continue to take your calls at 312-332-3776. Courtney Cronin with the latest on the Bears' illness. She will check in. Coming up next, it's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Niners tonight on prime time on the Bears Radio Network.
Hey, football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
It's another exciting game day for Bears fans, and on game days, it's all about more. More action, more noise, and more savings. That's right, Bears fans save up to 25 cents per gallon on game days with the Fuel Rewards program from Shell. That means you can keep your tailgates going all season long. So don't drop the ball on saving more at the pump. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program, and take your savings all the way to the end zone. Terms and conditions apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/bears for full offer details.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $450 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sautéed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $450 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through January 31st, 2026.
Hearing vital organs would be temporarily removed to reach my cancer had me speechless. I'm Jessica, and my team at Northwestern Memorial Hospital coordinated a complex surgery to save my life.
Nationally ranked for cancer by U.S. News and World Report, Jessica's team temporarily removed her liver and kidney to reach the tumor, replace the damaged vein, and eliminate the cancer in her heart.
My team stopped at nothing, and now nothing can stop me.
Northwestern Medicine. Better.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
The inactives will be out shortly. It's a 7:20 game, so we're not approaching the 90-minute window yet. But Courtney Cronin's all over this team. And the injury report brought to you by Maurice Longo and Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, visit mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com. That's mauricilongo.com. Courtney joins us right now from Santa Clara. And while it's not out yet, Courtney, what are you expecting here with the illnesses and the latest with 2 wide receivers being added to the Bears injury report today?
Yeah, and they're pretty thin at receiver. I mean, it's been expected. I mean, they've been without Rome for 4 games now, and I would imagine he's shut down through the rest of the regular season. But then to see DJ Moore pop up, OZ pop up today, not great. But I do think that the Darnell Wright getting on the plane to come out here today, even though he's still questionable, and I've been watching warm-ups, there's more players getting out there now. He was not part of the initial wave of guys, but I think it's a good chance that he plays if he made the trip on his own, because to put the effort in to know, having to coordinate all of that, if you don't do that if you're, not going to be able to play, or at least give it a go. So I imagine we see him out here in a little bit, getting a warm up in to see if he's going to be able to go, but I think it's a better chance than not that he will play.
If DJ and OZ cannot go, do we expect more of Jahdae Walker?
I mean, after last week, you can trust him in that big moment, 4th and 4 from Caleb. But I think for Luther Burden coming back off the ankle injury that he had, it's a good sign that he's able to play. So that that would be your top receiver if neither DJ nor OZ would be able to go. But a healthy dose of Jahdae Walker when he has proven that he can be a trusted target in this pass game. This is why they have the depth, why they cultivated the depth that they did, why they cross-trained these receivers at a bunch of different positions. And, they're working their way down at that point, if that's the case, whether it's him, whether it's more Devin Duvernay. I know that they called J.P. Richardson up off the practice squad and elevated him for, this is his first NFL game, so great opportunity for him amid all of the illness-related injuries. But that's why you have the tight end group that you do. And honestly, that's why you have the run game that you do. With all of the injuries that are affecting the pass game, knowing how they can lean on this ground game, knowing what the 49ers lack up front, I think would be the play that you'd have tonight.
Courtney, there's been a lot to digest for this team over the last 8 days. You beat the Packers in miraculous fashion. You clinch a playoff berth. Then you are the division champion. How do you expect this team to respond tonight?
It's a big emotional high that you have to come down from. And I go back to what Cole Kmet said last week, coming off that first Packers game, that maybe they were a little too high up for that, hyped for that game because of what was at stake going into Green Bay. They had just come off the high of beating the Eagles. You've already had one learning experience from that, where you learned how to, you now are better suited to learn how to flush a moment like that to then get ready for the next game. But man, what's transpired in the last 8 days of not only making the playoffs but winning the NFC North without having played a game to do either of those things officially, that's a lot. And there's a lot at stake here for a team that is still eyeing the 1 seed when it's not their control. So I think you have to put all that other stuff outside of your mind. What's going to happen with Seattle down the stretch, with the 49ers down the stretch, because that's the final game that's here at Levi Stadium next week. Their only focus right now has to be on how do you stop Brock Purdy coming off a career-high performance against a really good defense in Indianapolis, and how can you go toe for toe? Because this game is primed to be a shootout. There's primed to be a lot of points because of both of these offenses right now, and honestly, what both of these pass rushes lack. All you have to do, if you are the Bears, is focus in on that. And I know that sounds easier than done, but having seen how they didn't come out quickly against the Green Bay Packers, coming off their last big emotional win that they loss that they had, and they're coming off now an emotional win and the week that was, I think it's going to be a pretty big challenge for them to get off to a fast start that they absolutely need to.
All right, Courtney, you've covered all these miraculous finishes. You thought you saw it all when you covered the Cincinnati game, but that was child's play compared to the Packer win. So give us your vantage point. What was your thought process when they were down like they were late? And give us your vantage point from where you viewed this. This will be a game where we will all remember exactly where we were as we watched this. Tell us what you were thinking, where you were, and how you reacted.
So I went downstairs because I had to do our walk-off interview for SportsCenter. At around the 6-minute, 10-second mark, you always try to get downstairs when you have to do that before they reserve the elevators for the coaches. So I knew that I had to act quickly, get downstairs. And when I walked into the media room, the field-level media room, Green Bay had just scored, so it's 16-6. And I'm frantically trying to get, switch gears, get everything ready for a Packers post-game interview. And then they recover the onside. Then they score the touchdown. And I was in the media room for that. So I'm like, I have to go back outside. Forget whatever's going on at my computer right now. I'm going to go watch this. I see them recover the onside kick. My mindset immediately goes to they're going to win this game at that moment. Where I was for overtime. So the Bears fans right behind me in the north end zone it was deafening. I was right there in that corner of the end zone where DJ Moore caught that pass. I did not have my phone recording. I thought I did. I did not have it recording for the touchdown pass. I see him catch it. I see him lay down and, Jaquan Brisker come over and do the fake resuscitation. And I say to myself, oh, bleep. And I start recording at that very moment. So I could have had one of the coolest videos on my cell phone that I would have been able to pull out in conversation and show people, hey, I was right there. I got the perfect shot, but I did not. But I was there, and I will always remember seeing Keyshawn Nixon draped over him and DJ Moore in his breadbasket catching that over his shoulder Willie Mays style and walking off as a winner, taking his helmet off. Jaquan Brisker jumped in the crowd and did his own version of the Lambeau Leap at Soldier Field. It was pandemonium. Truly one of the coolest moments I've got to witness, literally up close. I just wish that I was recording that on my phone.
I actually love that part of the story. It makes you very human. And I love that you were able to take that all in. I feel like it took days for us to reset from that and remember, there are two more very important games coming up after this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We will know how mature of a team they are by the way they come out tonight, coming off of a game like that, because it's so much easier said than done when you have either a loss that comes like the Washington game last year and how they were not able to put that behind them. Players say we're just going to focus on next week. What happened, whether good or bad. It's not easy to do that when you are not a mature football team. They're battle tested. They've been through 6 of these games where they're trailing in the final 2 minutes and then they win those games. So you'd like to think that that's something that they can use as a crutch tonight if they have to, if they can't get off to a fast start, if they stumble, if they have moments where it feels like they're losing the momentum that they've built up at any point. And I thought Ben Johnson said it perfectly this week. Momentum carries over in a game from play to play. The crowd feeds off of it. They certainly did at Soldier Field. It's really hard for momentum to carry over game to game. And I think I really do think that he believes that based on how they've approached every single week, they have to go 1-0 this week. It sounds cliche, but if you think of it any other way, then you're going to start getting caught up in the what if scenarios and hey, the 1 seed's still at play. We could have a home playoff game and a first round bye. They can't focus on it that way. And as much as fans want to, I think if you want to enjoy this experience, you live week to week with this team, enjoy it for what it is as it's happening, because it's really cool to see a team in year 1, a year ahead of schedule in the eyes of most, get to this place where they're looking at 12 wins tonight if they walk out of here with a W. And that's a really remarkable part of the journey that they're on.
It's a 1-year turnaround we did not see coming. Back to the injury report just a little bit. Nahshon Wright, TJ Edwards, CJ Gardner-Johnson, all listed as questionable. How do you expect them to play tonight? Do you expect them to play tonight?
Yeah, I have not seen Shawnee out there yet. We're up in the very high part of the press box right now, so can't tell you I don't have my binoculars with me if he's out there, but a couple of the guys who TJ Edwards showing up with a glute injury this week. That's obviously a soft tissue injury. Glute's not far removed from your hamstring. Do they want to slow play that one? They do have depth there that they didn't a couple of weeks ago, but I think just based on this whole illness strategy, anybody who's going to be able to go tonight, if guys are not able to because of something that is not a normal injury, something that's affecting 8 guys right now on the team, that you're probably going to try to push it. But obviously they've had to be smart about some of these injuries. Like I'm looking right now, I see Roma Dunze out on the field. Like, he's not playing tonight. That's the smartest thing that they could have done, to shut him down. And I imagine he'll stay shut down for the next couple of, next game as well, to get him ready for the playoffs. It's a hard time of year when illness is rampant because of the weather, because of a lot of factors in locker rooms, and the fact that they didn't come out of that game last week super healthy. But monitoring it, only 2 practices last week. I think that they are 2 full practices last week. I think that they're just trying to be as smart with it as they can.
Where does the foghorn that we heard rank, and your noise things that you go around the league? We know the Viking horn, which you covered the Vikings for so many years. I think New England's got some sort of a horn too. Like all the what's annoying, what's not, and where does the foghorn rank?
So I covered the 49ers in 2016, so I'm used to it. What I don't like is the cannons that they light off whenever there's a touchdown. Tampa does it.
Yeah.
They do it. It scares the hell out of me every time, even when you're anticipating it. The horn, like, it's the Gold Rush horn. It's become their thing here. I never covered a game at Candlestick. Waddle would know better than me if they did it there, but to me it's synonymous with Levi's and all the games that I've covered here, that you hear that whenever it's to mark the 90 minutes before kickoff starts, touchdowns, all of that. I don't mind it.
Okay.
Real quick, back to the health of this team as well. Special teams could really be affected by some of these guys not performing. And the 49ers, if I'm not mistaken, Courtney, are top 10 in both kickoff returns and punt returns. How much are their special teams going to be affected by some of these guys that are listed as questionable, or some that are out?
Well, Duvernay, I think that's obviously a big one. So he was DNP. He was on Wednesday and Thursday, and Thursday was not a practice. That was the estimation. So he was full. So he has no injury designation. That's great. You have your top returner available. Josh Blackwell is questionable tonight. So I think, obviously, knowing what a special teams ace he's been this year, the blocked field goal at the Raiders game, and then last week recovering that onside kick, if he doesn't play, you're looking at, you're going pretty far down the depth chart to be able to replace a player who does all of those things in 4 different special teams phases. So that's one that I think that they're really hoping he'll be able to play, just because he does so much. I mean, he doesn't play on defense, but all of the things that he does on special teams are frankly irreplaceable for this team.
Courtney, great work. We appreciate it. And don't forget, hit record.
Next time, I will make sure that I'm just leaving my phone on the entire time so I don't miss another moment like that.
Thanks, Courtney. Great work.
Thank you.
Courtney Cronin.
This team is, you should keep your phone on at all times, because they're going to do something that you want to capture for sure.
You know what? Sometimes it's not, I know she wanted the video, but sometimes it's a good thing just to etch it in your brain, to watch with your eyes.
To remember seeing
Everyone's
it
got
with
the
her
phone.
eyes. I know, rather than through your phone. I don't like capturing things that way.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up next, we should have the injury report out on the inactives, I should say, and we'll tell you who's in, who's out. We'll also play you some really interesting stuff from Hallis Hall this past week. Caleb Williams had one of the most interesting things to say. I can't wait to play that for you coming up. It is Bears and 49ers, 2 games to go. The Bears are already your NFC North champions. This is a home for the Bears Radio Network. Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
Hey guys, Yurko here for Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch is a former Pro Bowl player like me, but now he's a retirement pro, and he knows the value of a winning game plan. I want you to get Mitch's retirement toolkit for the Yurko special price of, wait for it, nada. That's right, it's free. This kit includes his book, Retirement of Steel, along with guides for Social Security, taxes, and more. Call 844-867-8335. That's 844-86-STEEL for your retirement toolkit. Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win in retirement.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
If you're the unwitting victim in a calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, and I want to guarantee you a breakdown-free winter. Did you know that a dirty furnace costs more to operate and can lead to higher utility bills and untimely breakdowns? Now is the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up and save $50. A Four Seasons furnace tune-up includes a 35-point inspection, complete cleaning, and we calibrate every component of your furnace. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Get the Gerald exclusive lifetime warranty of the all-new Gerald Honda Countryside, Honda's 2023 President Award winner. Unlimited miles, unlimited time at no cost to you on all new vehicles and most used vehicles. At Gerald Honda, you can expect fast, friendly, and exceptional service, plus a large selection of vehicles to choose from. See why everyone is saying, got to get to Gerald Honda of Countryside. Gerald cares.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Comes down to this. 4th and 4. 28 seconds to go. Walker and Zacchaeus out to the right. Loveland and DJ Moore to the numbers left. Now Loveland pulls in tight to the left tackle. Packers are going to blitz. Caleb Williams with Swift to his left, takes the snap, blitzes on, B, Chase, got to lob it, right corner of the end zone, up in the air, catch made by Jay Walker, touchdown, what, are you kidding me? That throw to Ja'Day Walker, far right corner of the end zone, and the Juby shuffle by the rookie out of Texas A&M, the unlikely connection, the rookie from Texas A&M makes the catch, 16-15. Now, let's see. He went up in the air. 1, 2, tucked it. Touchdown Bears.
Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
It's as good as it gets right there. And a rookie who made his mark early. Many camps and training camp, looked the part, was a late bloomer, and he was there when they needed him most to tie that game. And credit to Cairo Santos, too, for that was not an easy extra point. It was not an easy kicking day. Those goalposts were shaking.
I've never seen them swaying that much.
Yeah.
And the wind changing direction so quickly. Cole Kmet talked about that this week, that was the windiest game he's ever had at Soldier Field. And how about Ja'Day Walker talking about his connection with Caleb and how months ago after practice he pulled him into the indoor facility and they just through for like 3 or 4 hours together to build that connection.
Lived in his house, right?
Lived in his house, yeah, and kept saying, just wait for your time, just wait for your opportunity, and he took advantage of it.
I don't think it's much of a drop-off at all. with Zacchaeus being out today and Jade Walker picking up probably the majority of his snaps.
Well, Dionne's got the inactives, and you just hit it there. So Zacchaeus is out, Dionne.
Yeah.
But there's good news on the injury list here in inactives.
Absolutely. So the inactives today, Case Keenum, Roma Dunze, Dallas Flowers, Luke Newman, Olamide Zacchaeus, Nick McLeod, and Ruben Hippolyte. So that means DJ is active. Darnell Wright will play as well today. Nashawn Wright is active, as so is Josh Blackwell. So that's all very good news.
It's pretty good news all the way around. Waddle, like Zacchaeus has had his share of drops in the last month. There have been 2 games that have really stood out. And before Burden got hurt, it looked like he was going to really get pushed behind everybody.
Yeah.
And then he had a couple chances last week where he dropped footballs, and, those guys may end up passing him now.
George Kittle inactive tonight for the 49ers.
That's not much of a surprise, I don't think. I think they pretty much telegraphed that he was going to be very unlikely to play. I think Shefty said that earlier this morning, but
yes, he did.
Look, again, when a guy goes down, it's another opportunity to secure your spot on this team and hopefully build a foundation for a career in this league. And like you mentioned, Jade Walker's a guy that did open some eyes in training camp, and when given the opportunity, every time he's been given a chance, whether it be in the preseason or last week against the Green Bay Packers in a hugely important game, he's delivered.
I want to play you some great sound from the week. And then get ready to call in for Who Needs to Rock. We'll take your calls when we have some extra time with the 720 kick. 312-332-3776. That's the Dr. Pepper hotline. This is Caleb Williams on his relationship with Ben Johnson. It seems like this has been asked every couple of weeks. And he continues to give sort of different answers, like a little more truthful this time. Take a listen about how it started here.
It took me a while. It took me, throughout camp. At certain parts, felt like our relationship was pretty fragile. Fragile at certain points from my perspective. It's like, geez, like this dude, doesn't seem like he likes me. He doesn't have to like me. That's what you kind of realize. But at that point also, and to that extent, you start figuring out that that's just him, and he cares so much about the sport. He cares so much about us. He cares so much about winning. He cares, like I said, he cares about us as players. That you start figuring out him, and you understand that when you're on that 53, that 53 by 120, it's that's his place, and so. Being able to go out there, do our job exactly how we should and exactly how he teaches it. And then when you get off the field, he's one of the guys. He's a player's coach. He laughs and jokes with us. He's bumping us around and things like that. And so it's fun. It's enjoyable when we're off the field. It's fun and enjoyable when we're on the field. But it did take a little bit.
Isn't that the key, guys, where you have a coach where sometimes he's coaching you so hard because he believes in you that at times it feels like he may not like you, but he's only looking out for the greater good.
Well, yeah, and this is a business. This isn't, this isn't grade school.
Not your hobby, right, as I always like to say.
They brought Ben Johnson in here at $13 million a year. So I'm not surprised. But this is what they asked for, right? This is what they were clamoring for last year. They wanted to be held accountable. They wanted to be coached hard. And I don't think that all of them were aware of just how hard they were going to be coached by Ben Johnson and his crew. And I think they're all thankful. The one thing that I keep going back to, again, is the trust factor. Mm-hmm. When Ben tells them in training camp, look, trust us. We're going to teach you to do it this way. And if you do it this way and you stay on course, there will be a return on your investment. And when you see that return on investment, that's when everything opens up for you. Everything blossoms for you, and you see the light, so to speak. And that's where the bond of trust, I think, really grows, is when a coach is coaching you very hard, asking you to do this, and then you see that this works, even against top-line competition. You're like, oh, okay, now I'll run through a brick wall for you.
The opening press conference with Ben Johnson, he said, get ready to be comfortable being uncomfortable,
Yes.
right? That's what he talked about. And DJ Moore says it all the time. He would get on us all the time. Like that's his touch on this team, is how much he yells at us to make sure we get the details right. Kevin Byard said that's the hardest training camp I've ever been through. Never were we live that much before. I mean, this is how he got their attention. I think it's okay if they question whether he likes them or not.
Right.
I love that.
Me
I think
too.
that
and
means
it's
they're
like
going
the
to
no
work harder.
platitudes. Like we
Yeah.
talked about, like others will say it and not follow through on
Correct.
it, but he followed through on it.
We've had too many coaches the last several years come through and be like, we're all going to be one big happy family, and we're all going to. No, I want
Right.
I want them to have a little fear of their
Right.
coach.
Yeah, everyone gets a nickname, right?
Yeah, right? Yeah. Remember Trustman like shuffled all the lockers where everybody's going to be friends and family. Like, come on.
Defense
Like,
and offense, yeah.
That's not what it's about. And
Yeah.
and I love that that's how Ben Johnson set that
Yeah,
tone.
I mean, listen, if you're Caleb, I mean, whether the coach likes you or not is not.
It's
you know,
irrelevant.
it is irrelevant.
Yeah,
Now, eventually, if you find harmony with that coach with regard to how you perform, you will become friends. Trust me, as they have.
Yeah,
Totally.
I want to play a couple more things, and then we'll get ready for Who Needs to Rock. This is Ben Johnson asked about his Christmas.
Did you get a good Christmas gift? When was Christmas? Sorry, guys.
If you couldn't understand that, he said, "When was Christmas?" Like that's the ball coach right there, right?
Well,
That's the essence of a ball coach.
That's another element of a really the last eight days and so much to digest. Not to mention you beat Green Bay in the fashion you did. You became a playoff participant. You won the division. You had Christmas. A lot of these guys have families, so it's really been an unbelievably emotional 8 days.
Some of us were joking in the media that we wouldn't be surprised if Ben told his children they moved Christmas this year because we're so focused on football.
Right. Hey, look, our holiday party here at our flagship ESPN 1000 isn't going to happen until February. So, celebrate Christmas after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Let's get that done. All right, let's pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
All right, who needs to rock? 312-332-3776. It is our staple. Who do you want to see step up and really perform in tonight's game? Even though they are division champs, there is more to accomplish here in this regular season. Also, a shout-out to Wildfire Restaurants and the Let Us Entertain You restaurant group. Howard Katz, he started Wildfire, managing partner of Wildfire for Let Us Entertain You. Joe Decker, the outstanding executive chef. It is our spot. We celebrate Bears wins there, and you can celebrate 30 wins of Wildfire Restaurants. Chicago's classic 1940s-style supper club. Enjoy signature steaks, seafood, salads, and desserts. Dine in or order online, especially tonight. WildfireRestaurant.com. I always like the filet wrapped in bacon with the horseradish, but Eric just told me that we've got those mushroom-crusted pork chops, which is my second favorite, and we're going to feast on those. It's dinner time here at our flagship station, ESPN 1000. All right, we'll take your calls for Who Needs to Rock. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show, Bears and Niners on the Bears Radio Network.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right, bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great clips. It's gonna be great.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics, wants to reward you for everyday banking. CU One's high-yield checking offers the opportunity to earn competitive dividends when you make qualifying transactions each month. No monthly fees, no minimum or opening balance required. Plus, you'll be able to bank anytime and anywhere with 24/7 digital and mobile banking. Start making more of your money with Credit Union One. Open an account at cu1.com/Irish. Federally insured by NCUA.
Can you feel it? It's the thrill of witnessing a walk-off grand slam, a game-winning touchdown, a buzzer-beating 3. Yeah, you know the feeling. And there's only one place to experience that raw exhilaration. Potawatomi Sportsbook. Catch all the action in a supreme space with dozens of sports betting kiosks, cool drinks, luxe seating, great food, fiery atmosphere, and a monster video wall. Become a legend at Potawatomi Sportsbook. More info online. Must be 21 to enter casino.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Are you ready to rock? Are you ready to rock? Well, that's what you're gonna get.
Tom Waddle, Dionne and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
That's right. It is time for Who Needs to Rock. It's brought to you by our great friends and partners over at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Could a stadium be next door soon? No, we'll talk about that later. Martin Lawrence, though, January 24th at Hard Rock Live. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. It's also great for a night out during this holiday season or anytime. They're going to roll out the red carpet for you like they have for us many, many, many times. And if you want to get in, you have an opportunity to call us now at 312-332-3776. If you're just joining us as we approach an hour and 15 minutes away from kick, DJ Moore is in. He is playing tonight after battling illness, and he was listed as questionable. Zacchaeus is out, though. Darnell Wright is in, which is great news, as is some of the other banged-up Bears that we were monitoring and wondering about. So, guys, who would like to kick us off for Who Needs to Rock?
I go first.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'm taking the low-hanging fruit. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. I don't think either defense is the strength of their teams, respectively. Caleb is the guy that has to rock. The 49ers have no pass rush. You think our pass rush is inconsistent, not very good? They have 18 sacks on the season. That's dead last in the league by a wide margin. Consequently, their secondary is left on an island quite a bit. They're giving up almost 230 passing yards per game. Do you realize Caleb has not had a 300-yard passing game all season?
I did not know that. No.
298 is his high water mark, if I'm looking at this correctly, back against Dallas. So this would be a perfect opportunity against a 49er defense that doesn't provide much pass rush, if any, and can be gotten through the air. So I think Caleb needs to rock, and I think he will. I think he will have his season high in terms of passing yards tonight.
I want to play you this. This is from Kyle Shanahan during the week, the awesome coach of the San Francisco 49ers, someone that you've always admired as a play caller, as a leader. This is what he said about Caleb Williams.
I think anytime you give a quarterback a top run game, they all look better. So I think that helps him huge. Caleb, in terms of, Caleb is one of the best throwers, most athletic quarterbacks I've ever seen in terms of his height, weight, and speed. He makes some big-time throws, extremely scary on the perimeter, can hold on to the ball for a while, not in a bad way, but by creating stuff, which makes coverages have to hold up forever. And when you have a talented guy like that who's got the speed and the size, usually they get a run game, get some bootlegs and play actions off of it. You limit how many times you got to drop back, and it makes sense why he's playing at such a high level.
It's not like the teardown of, I know he's playing him and he's going to say glowing things, but he doesn't have to say he's one of the most talented guys skill-wise. He's talking about, too, where everyone says he holds onto the ball very, very long. We know this year is different, the way he's holding onto the ball to create plays instead of just looking for something that may not be there. So I thought that was very, very high praise.
That's incredibly high praise. I'm going to go opposite, though. I know you said the defensive fronts aren't that great on either side of the ball, but I believe that's where the challenge is for Dennis Allen and this defense. They need to rock tonight.
Yeah.
They need to challenge this very hot offense for the 49ers, really make it more difficult for them. Obviously, they faced a Colts team that was without their starting quarterback last week and had a lot of success. Brock Purdy, as Courtney pointed out, had a career day, 5 touchdowns. They're on a short week. This is an opportunity for the Bears defense that is a little bit more well-rested to push back, and I'd like to see that.
And if you pressure him, he will throw it to you.
Yeah.
He's averaging almost an interception per game in the last 2 seasons.
Well, there you go.
I'm going to go with the time. That is who needs to rock. It is the time of the clock, because every time it seems lately the Bears don't get going until the second half. We saw that against the Packers the last couple of times. They got off to slow starts. And I want them to start faster. Don't leave, start playing the game when it's time to start playing the game. And that is something that, eventually may burn them if you leave too much for the end of the game.
Yeah.
I've loved it. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed last week's game. I was for 24 hours on cloud nine. Yeah. It carried me through my Monday, even though the game was on Sunday or Saturday. But they need to start faster. So I don't know how you term that, whether that's the clock, just starting faster. I want this team from a defensive, offensive, special team standpoint to start quicker.
Yeah, I think they had offensively. They had a really good start against Cleveland. Yeah. But those games have been few and far between, unfortunately.
And they had a good drive on their first drive last week, but they didn't turn it into points after they tried the trickeration when I thought they could have just run the football.
They accomplished some of their season-long goals without playing a game, right? They've clinched the NFC North. They've made the playoffs. Now is an opportunity in prime time to show that you deserve that based on your play. Put together 60 minutes of football. We did see that against the Browns, but now do it against an elite team in the NFC.
Yeah. David in Lombard. Who needs to rock, David?
As Kyle Shanahan was saying, the running game helps open things up for the passing game. So I think the two-headed monster of Swift and Monangai are going to rock tonight and lead the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can run on this. This defense only gives up about 105 rushing yards per game, but it's because teams choose to throw it on them, not run it at them. They give up 4.3 yards per carry, which to me is a better indication as to how good you are against the run. I'll give you another a group that has to show up tonight, and that would be the Bears linebackers. Because Shanahan is going to definitely try to get Christian McCaffrey isolated on these guys in the passing game. Not only is Christian McCaffrey their leading rusher with better than 1,000 yards, they're not running the ball as effectively as they have in the past. They're averaging less than 4 yards per carry, and I think McCaffrey's averaging like 3.7, but he's their leading receiver as well. And they love to get him out there and isolated on linebackers. And with that in mind, whether it's Tremaine Edmonds or it's TJ Edwards, whoever it is out there, you've got to make sure that you got an eye on where Christian McCaffrey is at all times.
You even pointed it out to me. Like, he scores almost every game. And
16 touchdowns so far this year.
Yeah, and like last year in a touchdown streak too. So whether it's through the air or on the run, like his touchdown gambling aspect today, the bet for him to score an anytime touchdown is like minus what, 290 or something like that?
It's almost it's minus 300. He's got 9 rushing touchdowns and I believe 7 receiving touchdowns. So, like I said, he is a huge part. And with Kittle out, they probably throw it to him even more. So not only do you have to know where he's at in terms of running the football, but he has been their leading receiver for the entirety of this year.
So we will continue to see. If you want to still get in, talk to us. Remember, that number is handy for halftime and in the post-game show as well. 312-332-3776. It's been a heck of a week, heck of a holiday season, as we documented early in the pregame show, starting with the Black Friday game against the Eagles, going to last week's game on Saturday where they pulled out the miraculous win, to the Christmas Day game where the Lions lost and the Bears clinched a playoff spot, to last night where the Packers lost and the Bears clinched the NFC North. What is in store for this team? When did you know that this was a special season? What mark of the season did you know something special was cooking here? Want to hear from you at 312-332-3776. So we're just about approaching an hour and 10 minutes away from kickoff. It is Bears and Niners. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
At Old National Wealth Management, our team approach puts together your game-winning financial plan.
Cool. So who's the quarterback?
Your wealth advisor.
And the running back?
The private banker.
How about a wide receiver?
How about a financial planner?
You got any cheerleaders?
That would be our clients.
Okay, I'm game.
Old National Wealth Management, where relationships and results matter. Get old. Old National Wealth Management investment instruments are not FDIC insured nor insured by any other government agency, are not deposits or other obligations of Old National Wealth Management, Old National Bank, its parent company, or affiliates, and involve investment risk, including possible loss of principal.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with the new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyota-thon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
$4 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, this is Yurko. You all know I played professional football and I've been on the radio for many years. I've had the chance to endorse a lot of products and companies, but I've always believed in only backing the ones I truly trust. And now I get to endorse a company owned by close friends, the Veroliak Law Group. They've been helping people for over 60 years, even some of my friends and neighbors. Just like choosing an experienced doctor, you want skilled lawyers by your side. With $9 billion recovered and 40,000 clients served, they're proven experts in personal injury, accidents, wrongful death, and more. Call my friends at 8444-VLG-LAW. The Veroliak Law Group will do great for you, too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
Roofers and waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques.
They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
41-24, the final score. And they're celebrating in Chicago as the Bears are NFC North champions.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
Great stuff right there. There was Noah Eagle on Peacock. That's where the game was last night. I did not think the way the Ravens went through a bunch of drama this week with John Harbaugh and Lamar and the rumors there, the reports. Good journalist was talking about some of the Lamar shortcomings, but hey, you saw what Ty Huntley could do against the Bears, and we saw a week ago when Malik. I don't think the Packers punted again. I think they've lost 3 games this year. Double check that to see if they punted, because I think they went another game without punting, and if that was the case, it was their 3rd game this year that they have lost without punting the football. And I think I saw the stat where teams are 8-3 this year.
There's no punts.
Yeah, no punts. Teams are 8-3 when their opponent, when they don't punt, not their opponent, when they don't punt. The Packers are 0-3.
That's crazy.
And every other team is 8-0.
It's been one of those years for the Packers. Like, there have been a lot of stats that you would say, would tell you that they were going to win games, and they haven't. I don't think the 49ers have punted in 2 weeks, right? Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, right.
Since
November
30th. Yeah,
it's
they had a
crazy.
bye week in there, so it does sound even more.
Look, the Baltimore Ravens did last night what they should have been doing in weeks prior, and that's giving the ball to Derrick Henry. 36 carries, 216 yards. Against a Packer defense that pretty much shut our Bears down for the first 57 minutes. So it was pretty impressive what Derrick Henry did up there at Lambeau yesterday. I don't hear a lot of chirping coming from up north the last 24
They got
hours.
bigger fish to fry now.
Yeah.
They can't, look, there may be another rematch.
Yeah.
Like, it could be the tie the tie will be broken in this postseason, and wouldn't that be great? I wouldn't mind playing them. Look,
No, I wouldn't either.
I'm in the mode right now where this season has been truly a gift where, hey, whoever they line up against the Bears, I'm like, okay, fine.
Well,
I'm with you.
you don't doubt the Bears have a chance. I think that's the biggest difference. They have a chance against anybody.
Absolutely.
That's what they've proven.
This is the year to be that upstart team that has surprised everyone where you can win it all. And we've seen other teams in years where you think you can't win it all, like when the Patriots are undefeated. Oh, look at what the Giants did,
Yeah.
And there have been other times. Before we go any further, I want to make mention to a former teammate who will always live in our hearts. And it was 4 years ago today that we lost Jeff Dickerson. For those of you on the Bears Radio Network who were unfamiliar with Jeff Dickerson, because he was the Bears reporter doing what Courtney Cronin does before Courtney, and we tragically lost him to cancer in a battle for cancer, and he fought valiantly. Yeah. And he would go weeks without complaining. You wouldn't know. What he was fighting. He never complained. He was always optimistic. He always told you with a smile on his face that things were great in his world. He's one of the toughest people I have ever met in my entire life. He told you how to live your life. He also showed you how to live your life. We continue to learn from JD today. And for those of you who are familiar with his work or ever got a chance to meet him, and say hi to him and see the kindness and hear the kindness that he would bring to us on a daily basis. We think about him every day, not just on a day like today. But I didn't like. He would love this team. He would love this season, and we miss him every single day.
I think the best story that kind of really puts who he was into perspective is he was sick while he was hosting the Vaughn McClure charity benefits in Lincolnshire. And we lost Vaughn, and the charity had begun to, remember Vaughn and benefit those that were, in the media industry, in the high school and the college level. And JD was sick, but yet while he was sick, he was there for a teammate. He was the MC of the event. And I remember he was just his always brilliant self. And you would have never known that he was battling cancer in a serious way at that time.
There is a reason that the Media Good Guy Award is named after Jeff Dickerson. I mean, that's who he was. And everyone agreed that he was a wonderful person and gave so much to others before himself. That's who he was the entire time that I knew him. And we do miss him every day. This week, Kevin Byard was awarded the Media Good Guy Award in a unanimous decision, which has never happened. Very
Tells
fitting.
you how good a guy Kevin Byard is.
It absolutely does. And he helps the media do their job better, and that's why he was given that honor this week. And Jeff's parents were at Hallis Hall. It was a special day. It always is.
George and Sandy, we think about them all the time. I knew them, I was at JD's wedding, and we basically grew up together here at the radio station ESPN 1000, and to not have him here, it's still just a shock all the time. It's why we try to wear our JD hoodies and T-shirts to keep his memory alive and never forget what a special person he was. All right, let's take some of your phone calls at 312-332-3776. Joe is in Lincoln Park. You're on the Bears Radio Network. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. What's going on? Can you hear me all right?
Yep, perfectly.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I'm out here running on the lakefront before the game.
Ooh.
First time, long time. And for me, the season really turned around at that Giants game. That was the first game I went to. This year, I became a Bears season ticket holder for the first time in my life. Obviously, a decision I am very happy with.
Yeah.
And I put a couple of futures bets down for them to basically win the North, win the NFC, and win the Super Bowl back in June.
Ooh.
I didn't believe it back in June, but after I went to that Giants game, the first game of my new seats, and I never felt that fear that, oh, here we go again. And the same thing when I went up to Minnesota the next weekend when they blew the lead late. And I know, Silvy, you were there.
Yep.
There was just a feeling of confidence in that game. And the same thing when Caleb got the strip sack fumble for a TD against the Steelers. It was just like, all right, let's move past it. And, like, this team, the Commanders game was like, okay, we were owed that one from the Hail Mary. And then the Bengals game was, okay, well, maybe we're still kind of owed some from that last season with Bruce. But once we started to roll against those other opponents, even though it was like the Giants, but just never feeling like we were down and out, it's that moment, something real special.
Yeah, Joe, we're going to let you go here. We got most of it, but that was a great call.
Joe's got ice in his veins because in that Giant game, the Bears were trailing by 10 with 2:28 to go.
Yeah.
So, like, if you were not concerned about what was going on at that particular time, I don't know what to tell you.
That was one of those spectacular 6 games that we got that comeback in the final minute.
It really is incredible to think we got a lifetime worth of comebacks.
Yes.
And like he said, too, we were sort of owed all that after what we went through last year as fans, what that team went through. Kevin Byard we were just talking about, I heard the bite you played on Peggy and Dionne where he was talking about every time they would look up, say, what's going to go wrong now?
Yes.
How are we going to blow this
We're about to blow this again.
But now they know they've got a guy on the sideline who you won't lose because of, and you most likely will win because of the head coach.
Yeah.
All right, it's refreshing. Let's talk to Joniak and see what he thinks. J-Mac down on the field. We'll talk to Tom Thayer once again as we talk to the best booth in football. We'll do it coming up next. It is Bears and Niners, under an hour away, prime time matchup on the Bears Radio Network. It's crunch time in the NFL. No room for error now as the playoffs loom. Hopefully you followed along on Circuit Sports Illinois this season. The best platform for all your favorite football action with high limits, low holds, amazing customer service. And if you don't know by now, not a single bet fee ever. I'm taking the beloved again. They continue to get points, 3 tonight, and they're playing for the number 1 seed. So download the Circa Sports app today, circasports.com. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals. Our care saves. Our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships is designed with your experience in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, football fans, the playoffs are drawing near, and a well-executed game plan is the key to winning. Retirement is no different. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, former pro football player turned retirement pro and founder of MitchLyonsWealth.com. I want to ensure you have a winning game plan. Get our free retirement toolkit that includes my book, Retirement of Steel, along with guides for Social Security, taxes, and more. Call 844-867-8335 or 844-86-STEEL. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod. Jodiak and Thayer with Jason McKee. Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
We're about 50 minutes away from kick Bears and Niners on the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Boy, that journal that Jodiak holds close to his heart. He writes all the best stats and numbers and thoughts. It will be fun to look back on after this season. That is whether he's got a separate journal for how he thinks about games after they're done. It's really going to be special. It's all presented by Steinhafel, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Score big deals during their year-end sale. Shop now and save in-store and online at steinhafels.com. Jeff, I texted you right after the win against Cincinnati. I go, hey, where did that compare to the Arizona Crownham game? And you said a slight lean to the Cincinnati win. Well, now after the Packers game, do we have a king of the regular season game that you've done?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Close the book. That's it until further notice. Because of the circumstances, it turns out to be the clinching day of the playoffs for first-year head coach. It was against Green Bay in the most dramatic of fashions. A ball that lingers in the air for what seems like eternity and falls beautifully in the hands of a blinded DJ Moore with the cupped hands of Keyshawn Nixon blocking his eyesight. All you see are black gloves. Still don't know how he caught it. But and the euphoria, the noise in the building for a regular season game, yeah, that puts it right up at the very top. Tom walked away, too, because there was more to that. Because I glanced to my left for 1 second, and he's high-fiving me. And I just felt his presence looking at me. And then the fans were trying to get in the booth. I mean, we were high-fiving. It was the best euphoric moment. And I tell you, if there are all these years of losing, I think it's just, wow, we get to enjoy this in a way that we haven't in a while.
Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool.
Hey, by the way, Jeff, what did Tom buy you for Christmas?
Just his friendship.
Okay,
that's all I need.
Same thing as last year and the year before and the year before and the year before.
Though,
yeah,
Jeff.
he's not a guy that believes in all that. He's not wrapping a gift or sending you a card or giving you a card with any notes of hey, it's been nice working with you all these years, and our friendship means everything. Just want you to know how I feel about you. If I even get emotional with this guy, he starts laughing at me.
Oh, really?
Get that? He can't. Intimacy for Tom is not happening. Yeah, he just can't.
Well, not with you anyway.
Right.
J-Mac, how's it look from the field?
How's it look up there? I'm not looking up there. My eyes are down here on the field. I'm looking at the booth with those guys.
I'm disappointed right now because the Bills failed a 2-point conversion, and so Philadelphia. Otherwise, the Bears were going to be no worse than a 2 seed. So, still some work to be done. All right, let's get into the journal. The first impression, I got to talk about Caleb Williams. Last 2 games, 484 touchdowns, no picks. All those fourth-quarter comebacks, tying Peyton Manning for most under the age of 25. And then I look at Brock Purdy. 8 passing touchdowns the last 2 games, leading the NFL in third down passer rating. Now, it's a smaller sample size, only 7 games played. But those 21 consecutive drives without a punt and 40 points a game average. So this is a showdown of quarterbacks that are coming in with hot hands. My second thought, Caleb, the number 4 third down passer rating in the NFL at 100.1. You think about everything from a year ago, his baptism by fire, I might add, for those 16 games and what he's done climbing the charts and all these significant numbers. Trailing on third down, number 1 in the NFL with 7 touchdowns at 136 quarterback rating and his 10 total touchdowns on third down, tied for second with Josh Allen. Brock Purdy is number 4 with 9 touchdowns. Again, the theme here, the quarterback play. So, without George Kittle, though, San Francisco, this is my third degree here, a different team, and it also impacts McCaffrey as well. Without Kittle, the 49ers lost all 3 games. They never scored more than 24 points in any of them. With Purdy, that's his guy. I believe his quarterback rating's a perfect number with Kittle thrown to him in games that he's played. So that's the significance of Kittle in this game. And then my fourth and short is Christian McCaffrey, number 3 in pass targets to running back since 2020. But here's the interesting thing. Swift is number 4.
Yeah.
DeAndre Swift, they're 3-4 in catches, 2-4 in receiving yards, 1-6 in receiving first downs. Kind of an underrated impact over the career of DeAndre Swift catching the football. So that's my journal this week. Number heavy indeed, but so much emotion in this game I believe will come out eventually because the Bears with Ben Johnson, they're not messing around. So, yep, they won the division. There's no parties in the hotel last night. There's no conversation of it. Barely could get anything out of him in the pregame interview. So
yes.
This is about getting down to business right here, right now.
Yeah, J-Mac, I want to ask you about what Jeff said at the end there about DeAndre Swift. He's 7 yards away from 1,000 yards this year, as Jeff said, too, 266 yards receiving. There was no one defending DeAndre Swift like you were. At the beginning of the year, you would tell people, hey, this guy's good. He's going to be good. If they start opening up holes, he's going to hit it, and you believed in him. What did you see then, and what's he doing now?
Yeah, it's just the ability. and he's always had the ability to be one of the elite backs in the league. Right, he has good short area quickness. He's able to make guys miss in tight spaces. He can be an outside zone runner. He can run a gap scheme in terms of dual and power, like Coach Johnson likes to implement in his run game as well. And he can be a factor coming out of the backfield. So when you have a complete back like that, has talent like that, it's just about him getting in the right system, getting with the right coach, and finding a run game that fits his skill set. And we're starting to see the benefits of that. You bring in a solid offensive line, especially on the interior. Those guys moving bodies, displacing line of scrimmage. You got a running back that's eating. I think he's averaged 4.5 yards the last, I think it's 4 games, 4.5 yards per carry the last 4 games. So we need a lot of DeAndre Swift tonight.
Yeah, and he's nearing a career high. J-Mac, after the freezing cold against the Browns and the winds last week, you deserve a night in Northern California, so I'm assuming the weather is pleasant. But sickness has really hit this team in the locker room. Have you seen Darnell Wright out there, DJ Moore? Have they looked themselves as they prepare to play?
Yeah, so the offensive line isn't out here yet. DJ Moore came out and he's been running around. He's been fielding punts. He looks to be good. And a lot of guys, Josh Blackwell's out here as well. So, at the end of the day, sickness is something that's a part of life, and you still got to go out here. And the expectation is if you put on that helmet, you got to come out here and perform at a high level. So I see those guys performing well tonight despite what type of illness they're dealing with.
So let me just say about Darnell. So he flew out of Chicago at 6:30 this morning. Landed in San Jose, 8:30 Pacific, got to the team hotel about 9 for treatment and rest and whatnot. And then, word is they would not have brought him out here today if he didn't feel he was trending in the right direction. So they felt it was important. Just stay another day back, get some rest, and come back and ready to go. So most of the guys look like they're ready to go. Obviously, Zacchaeus is inactive tonight.
Hey, Tom, this team has been so good on third downs offensively this year, top 5 for most of the year. Last week against the Packers, they really struggled. Why was that, and how do you get back on track controlling the football on third downs?
Having success on first and second down, and I know that's an easy thing to say, but when you look at what the Bears can offer you and a variety of packages and a variety of plays and a great play caller like Ben, I guess you're going to have to see how, what Ben thinks of every position. Does he feel like there's more go-to opportunities to the wide receiver position, or are you going to have multiple tight ends in the game where they can give you that first and second down relief so you have more makeable third down scenarios? And, I just think Ben is so unpredictable to all of us. It's hard to determine what he sees as the vulnerabilities of the opponents. But here, I don't necessarily think that they are an incredible pressure team where Robert Saleh's got 4 guys up front that can win one-on-one matchups, and then they can keep a majority guys in the back end. I think Robert Saleh is going to have to get creative against a creative play caller like Ben Johnson and see if he can match up or expose what he determines as a Bears offense deficiency. But when you have the escapability and you have the arm talent of Caleb Williams, he kind of puts that thinking into the mind of a defensive coordinator, though. If we expose an open running lanes because of the type of coverage we're playing, or if we expose an open running lane because we blitz a guy that is picked up efficiently, and then all of a sudden Caleb starts getting yards with his legs, and then it has to change the thinking style of the defensive coordinator. So I just think it's you got to have all 3 down success, and we talked about it earlier. Hopefully you have a time consumption offensive attack that results in touchdowns to keep their offense off the field. And I think there's a lot of thinking that goes into the minds of all 4 of these coordinators because of what they're up against and the creativity of both play callers on each side of the field.
To me, that tug of war is going to be time of possession, because since 2019, Shanahan has been number 1 in the league with that business, and they're high on that regard again. They just want to keep the ball, and the defense makes you bleed the field, and they're just defending again the big play. This is very similar to what the Bears have faced on a couple of occasions this year. But the one area that's intriguing to me is the outside zone run, which Ben has leaned into, and the 49ers have struggled in that. 5.6 yards a carry allowed in outside zone. a league low 49.3% success stopping it. That's according to Sharp Analytics, Football Analytics. So that's an area that I'm sure that he's looking at exploiting today as well.
You know, one more thing about the other side of the ball. When you look at the San Francisco 49ers, and this is a card Doug gave me. So when they have 3rd and 6+, they have 10 runs and 87 passes. Now, when you're Dennis Allen, does that analytically give you an advantage of knowing what type of defense that you would like to play against that specific down and distance? So I think both teams, their 3rd down play calling, down and distances is going to be an interesting small part to pay attention to.
Yeah, Crosstalk is brought to you by Shell. Sign up for fuel rewards from Shell and earn up to 25 cents per gallon on Bears game days. There's that horn again. I was calling it a foghorn before, but Courtney told me it's the Gold Rush horn. Jeff,
I would think it was the foghorn. We got
that's
the Bay
what I thought
Area
too,
for crying
right?
out loud.
I think they're scaring the seagulls off of the runway out at the airport.
I don't know, man. I think it's the foghorn.
We
right?
got to Google that. We got to find it out.
Either way, I don't want to
Google it.
hear it tonight because they probably play it when something good happens for the home team.
I'll blow your mind. Here's a couple nuggets for you. Ready for a couple nuggets?
Yes, give us some nuggets.
Love it.
Take a gander, unless you guys already know. So play dead if you don't know. Guess who the honorary captain is here tonight?
The honorary captain.
Oh, man.
For the 49ers. Keep it quiet there, J-Mac.
I wasn't going to get up and saying, oh, man.
Jerry Rice.
Well, that's a great guess. But you're
that's
both
not
wrong.
even a good guess.
What, Jerry Rice?
That's not a good guess.
Jerry
Rice is always here in San Fran.
You know who the honorary captain is. It's Robbie Gould.
Oh, wow.
What a traitor. What a traitor.
And he's a 6-year 49er. He's here with his whole family.
That's crazy. Putting him in a headlock.
All right, hey, one more a nugget. The horn at Levi Stadium is a massive, authentic ship's foghorn.
There you go.
A nod to San Francisco Bay's maritime history, used to electrify fans, blasting loudly before kickoff and after score 4 wins.
Way to go.
Thanks to Doug
Way to go. Hey, I've stayed in Sausalito on the bay there, and when the fog rolls in, that's what you hear.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. I invite you. And let me tell you this. I steered many to the carving table here at Levi's. The absolute best chunk of meat I have tasted in a stadium in the NFL.
Wow.
They call it the Trisket, not the brisket. And dare I say, J-Mac and T-Squared, was that not fantastic?
It's a tri-tip.
Yeah,
that's why they call it the Trisket.
But was that not fantastic?
It was awesome. As good as you said.
And I say, Tom, they got the spicy coleslaw as well. They have chunks of jalapeno in there, but I got to say, my guy here, the guy who won't write me a Christmas card.
I don't think these guys are coming back. I don't think they're going to stay out there.
This guy makes the best spicy coleslaw on the planet, Tom Thayer. I'm done.
Do you notice the difference when the Bears have clinched the NFC
Oh,
North?
my gosh, yes.
In the mood of a Jeff Joniak.
Yes, Journal is one statement.
I did.
I'm not happy. They're not playing well. Back to you, Silvy.
That's right. Extra lemons today, Jeff, with all the cold and flu going around?
That's another story.
Silvy, you opened up another can.
Wait. The lemons. So I got to have them. It's a thing.
Yes.
It's no different than an athlete that's got to have whatever. Urlacher needed a chocolate chip cookie on his seat in the locker room for every game. I need the lemons. So I kindly asked the hotel, any chance room service could get me a lemon. So the lady said, I'll get that right now for you. I just need 2 whole lemons sliced in wedges. That's it. She comes back with 1 slice of lemon in 2 little serving cups. That's it. So that's not going to cut. I said, no. I need 2 lemons sliced. She comes back with 2 whole lemons unsliced. So therefore, I had to do my own slicing, which is fine. Got the plastic knife here in the Levi Stadium. I am good to go. Go Bears, baby!
All right, Trisket good, and lemon slicing no good in San Francisco.
Right.
Great stuff, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
They are here to
That
educate.
was the hit of the year, right?
Oh, that
there.
was outstanding.
Yeah.
You could
It's
feel the
amazing
energy.
it's amazing what winning does for everything.
It's beautiful. All right, the best booth in football right there. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee down on the field. Coming up next, you'll hear from maybe the coach of the year. Ben Johnson joins Jeff Joniak coming up next. We are approaching under a half hour to go till kick. It is Bears and Niners on the Advantage Dealer Group and the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Hi, this is Dave Muzio, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe, power outage, furnace failure, no hot water? The answer is always the same. Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Reardon Insurance Group in Norwood Park if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Oh, baby, did you see that play?
The mood in here is unbeatable.
Nothing beats game day energy.
And the perfect pairing for it all? Flight by Yingling.
Crisp, refreshing, and light on calories.
Whether you're posted up at the bar or watching with the crew, Flight by Yingling keeps the flavor bold and the vibe light. Flight by Yingling.
Football's better with Flight.
America's next generation of light beer.
Flight by Yingling. Raise the bar, Chicago.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Silvy takes your calls at halftime on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Don't forget that phone number, 312-332-3776. Quick hitting calls at halftime, guys. We had a great halftime last week. Let's keep it up this week. The fans are division champs, too, so let's act like it at halftime. All right, it's time to hear from Ben Johnson as he sits down with Jeff Joniak. Here's the voice of the Bears, Mr. Joniak.
From Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, thank you very much, Silvy. Here with Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Ben, first of all, congratulations on the first NFC North Division championship since 2018 by virtue of Green Bay's loss last night, yet still more out there for this team as you hunt the number one seed now in the NFC.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, we're coming out to the West Coast here, and we desperately want another win. So good things ahead of us.
The magnitude of that is always the first goal of every season: win your division, and then everything sorts itself out.
Yeah, we've had goals all along, and this, we said step one was getting to 11 wins, and step two was trying to get some home field playoff games. And so, winning your division is what you got to do to get that thing done, and that goes a long way for us.
How did the extra day of prep factor into the week, and do you feel everybody's got a fresh mind, body, and spirit, illnesses aside, to get ready to go today against the 49ers, even with Christmas in the middle of the week?
Yeah, it's a unique deal. I don't know if I've had it to where you've had a long week of preparation on a Christmas week like this, and we were able to set up the schedule to where we got all of our work in like we normally would, but we're able to give the players Christmas Day off, which I think is huge for them and their well-being. So, we were able to get everything in, and so we got to come out and play well here today.
What did you emphasize most this week to the team in preparing for this matchup?
Well, yeah, I think this team is hot that we're about to play, and so our defense has got to come through with some timely stops, whether those are takeaways or we got to force this offense to punt the ball, which they haven't done yet in December. It'd be big for us. Our special teams has got to come through. We got to use special teams as a weapon here today, and then offensively, we got to score points. It's no secret this offense is probably averaging over 30 points a game over the last 5 games or so. So we got to keep up.
You mentioned it during the course of the week. Kyle Shanahan, an outstanding coach, but offensive mind-wise, a very excellent processor of offensive information and game planning. A lot of Christian McCaffrey, a lot of George Kittle in the catch and run game, and they possess the ball. They don't let the opposition get the ball much.
No, they're doing a fantastic job right now, and you can tell they're in a rhythm. McCaffrey's a beast out of the backfield. They get good matchups on linebackers, and they feast off of that. And then Kittle is the ultimate run-after-catch guy. Purdy's doing a nice job getting some chunk plays down the field, whether it's to Kittle or some of these wide outs as well. And so the passing game is interesting enough, is what's hurting opponents the most right now. Normally I think of San Francisco and their running game, and they can hurt you a lot on the ground as well, but yet their passing game is what's really hurting teams.
Brock Purdy's not the tallest, but he loves that middle of the field. Hands up, would that help on the interior? Yeah,
we're hoping hands up will certainly help. And then, there's times, too, where he does seem to throw it into some traffic. And so if that happens this game, then we got to capitalize on that, and we got to continue our takeaway trend.
And it's similar to what happened kind of last week against Green Bay, when a team possesses the ball so much and you have very few opportunities possession-wise, is it create the urgency to make something happen on every possession?
Well, I think you just go into the game knowing that each play is valuable. There are no wasted bullets in this thing. Yeah, I think we felt it last week against Green Bay. Only 3 possessions in the first half, one of which was a 2-minute drill. It just seemed like that first half flew by. And so if this game it goes the same way, we just got to make sure we're scoring points early and often.
They've been riding without the great Fred Warner and, of course, the pass rusher Nick Bosa. Who's filling those voids in terms of players you got to keep an eye on?
Yeah, they got a number of guys up front throughout, and it to me it's less about those players, it's more about the playing style. Like those guys they're fast, they're relentless, they're really well coached, they come off the football, they strike blocks, and they try to have population of the football. It's almost every single snap you're going to see 2, 3, 4 extra defenders coming in late to make sure the ball carrier's down, and so we got to combat that, and we got to make sure we're around the football as well.
Run game also something of significance. I know I just saw this. I think you guys are number 1 in the NFL outside zone, EPA. That thing has really been cooking for you guys, right?
Yeah. We weren't sure who we were going to be going into the season, but it seems like that's really become our bread and butter. Is our wide zone. Guys up front do a great job running off the football, and our combinations have really come together. This front is a different challenge for us, so we've only faced a front like this one other time this year in terms of Cleveland and how they come off the ball. And so we just got to make sure our targets are right, and we'll be okay.
All right, let's give us the name of the game today.
Name of the game is sustain and finish. We got to do it in all three phases to have a chance against this team.
All right, Ben, good luck. We'll talk to you after the game.
Yep, thank you.
That's Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Back to you guys in our pregame show.
That's right, and Jeff was right. He's very matter of fact there. Like, it's all business for Ben Johnson. Doesn't matter that they won that game last week. That's last week. Doesn't matter that Detroit lost or the Packers lost. That was their games. The Bears have to take care of their business today, and there is still plenty to play for. As Jeff mentioned, when we did crosstalk, the Eagles did win. So the Bears would love to have that 2 seed if they don't get the number 1 seed if Seattle continues to win. They've got the big matchup next week against San Francisco.
Nothing about Ben Johnson's tone there surprises me at all. What we've learned from him is that he will have his team very focused on what they still have an opportunity to do. They've set goals for themselves. He doesn't really care what everybody else is doing. He cares what his Bears are doing.
You know, normally this would be one of those spots where you say, I really got to guard against, just not being there physically, mentally, and emotionally. It's been an unbelievable 8 days since they beat the Packers, getting into the postseason, getting the clinch of the division title, Christmas this week, traveling all the way to the West Coast. But with this coaching staff and the trust that these players have in this staff and just the relationship that exists between the players and the coaching staff, I don't think that'll be a problem tonight. I don't worry about this team being ready to play. My concerns when it comes to this team is just certain areas of defensively, can you get to the opposing quarterback? Can you get off the field on third down? It's tactical stuff that worries me, not the other stuff.
Yeah, let's go to the predictions now, guys. And before we do that, let's pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
One thing, too, about Caleb Williams before we get to the predictions. A lot of people said, hey, guys, before the season started, what would be a successful year for Caleb? Would it be 4,000 yards? Would it be the 30-touchdown mark? It doesn't look, unless, he goes for over 300 yards in both these games. He needs 600 yards to get to 4,000. And as you pointed out earlier, he's not thrown for 300 yards in a single game this year. So it doesn't look like he's going to throw for 30 touchdowns or he's going to throw for 4,000 yards. But you certainly, and we would always respond, I think the both of us were in lockstep with this, Waddle, that you know it when you see it. We know it when we see it. And I don't think that this is a measurable thing when a quarterback arrives or when you feel more confident in winning because of the quarterback. And Caleb Williams, I think, came out on the other side, like we talked about earlier, after one of the worst seasons ever for a first-year quarterback to have to go through with the coaching staff, with the offensive line, with getting sacked. And he came out better for it.
He makes plays. He takes care of the football. The Bears have committed the fewest turnovers in the entire league, and he's cut his sacks way down. Regardless of how many yards he throws for in his ultimate touchdown total, you've gotten a successful quarterback season from him to this point.
And he doesn't miss a game. He doesn't want to miss a game. He's really shown his toughness and his durability through all of this. It's been impressive to watch, and his commitment to getting better. He wants to get better. He knows he can. He knows where his weak spots are. Ben calls him out on it. They're working very well together.
Yeah, guys, it's time to make our predictions. It's brought to you by our great friends and partners at Four Seasons. Now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up, backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind is only a tune-up away. I got mine last month. Call today and get $50. You'll save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call them at 866-4SEASONS. That's 866-4 Seasons. Who would like to go first with your predictions? Okay.
I will. I'm going to pick the Bears to win tonight. I think they win 24-21.
Okay, not as high scoring as a lot of people would think.
A lot of people think it's going to be very high scoring. That's where I'm at right now.
Okay.
I'll be the jerk that is not on the right side of the fan base right now. Look, it's probably a foolish decision to get in front of this bus, but I think this is a tough situation. You're on the road against a good team. You've got some injuries. I think this game will be determined by third downs. The 49ers are the second best offense in the league converting third downs. The Bears defensively have drifted back to the middle of the pack. Whoever wins time of possession, I think Jeff Joniak talked about that, I think ultimately will win the day. I think it'll be a high-scoring game. I'll say 30-27 San Francisco.
Yeah. Waddle, I'm torn. I'm in the same boat as you. I think they're going to lose a close game. Like, on one hand, I absolutely, positively do not want to pick against the Bears.
Yeah.
Because what have we learned? Don't pick against the Bears. Don't pick against the Bears when they're getting points. And I think the line opened up earlier today at 3.5 because of the illnesses. I don't know. I haven't checked lately to see if it's gone down.
Last I checked, it was still at 3.5.
Okay, so like you may now that you know that Wright's playing and Swift is playing, maybe you want to hop on the Bears with that hook because that's the magical number there. But I think they're going to lose by 2 points, 30-28, very high-scoring game. We have a very similar score. I'm worried about what Brock Purdy can do to this defense. If the bounces don't go their way. Now, look, they force a lot of the turnovers. What Nashawn Wright did again last week, he's developing that Peanut Tillman knack for creating the fumble, ripping the ball away as the Packers look like they were about to score.
And don't forget, the loss of George Kittle is an enormous loss for Brock Purdy. It is his favorite target. It is his security blanket, not to mention he's fantastic all over the field, but especially productive in the red zone. I believe he has 7 touchdowns on the season. So no Kittle is going to be an issue for them. I think it's going to be a really entertaining game.
Yeah,
like I said,
for sure.
I don't think these defenses stack up very well against the offenses they're going to play against. So high-scoring game. I hope the Bears end up on top. It wouldn't shock me, but if you made me make the selection, which you just did, I would say 49ers 30-27.
I think there's some bad mojo with Robbie Gold being the honorary captain.
For the Bears or for the 49ers?
It's bad for the 49ers.
Yeah, because they may have.
They did all that on purpose.
They could have kept him. All right. That does it for us here on the pregame show. Don't forget, I take your calls at halftime. Peggy and Yurko take your calls at postgame. The phone number on the Dr. Pepper hotline is 312-332-3776. Jeff and Tom have the call. J-Mac down on the field. It's Bears and 49ers. We're just about set as the Bears are the NFC North champions. This has been the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing.